1. Welcome to motvpod number 13.
Welcome back to motvpod, everybody.
Welcome back.
Hi guys.
Hi, boys. What's going on, motvpod? Let's. Bro, I'm so sick right now. I can't even think. So today, we have no guests. It's just a typical podcast. Let's hear it. How's the week been, boys? Let's get the summaries up and go.
Yo, it's crazy because if this was just typical, I would have
Chill.
just called John on FaceTime and just been like, "Yo, what's up?"
Yeah, facts.
Yo,
Bro.
what's
Yo,
up,
we used to
gang?
do that all the time.
We used to every Friday.
We still do that
Hang
now.
out.
Like typically in the middle of the week, bro. We just hit each other up.
Yeah.
It's getting
It's a
hot in
compliment.
here.
It would have either been you or the crazy. It was so funny because the thing is, it was, like that's probably part of why I hate like scheduling shit or like planning shit in any sort of like friendship or whatever, because every single time I make it just flow. Like we never actually talked about it. And then there would be times like every once in a while when we didn't call. And it was either a scenario where like we both low-key didn't want to call, but then we were just seeing if like the other person was on the same wavelength or like hoping that they were. And then if they did call, it would be like, fuck.
Bro, planning is
You're
cringe,
so
to be
right,
honest.
bro.
Just do on the fly.
You know?
You're
And,
so
like-
right, Andrew. Oh my god.
And then there would be times when you like forget and you like, no, that's fucked up that you forgot. And, like, or like when you don't do it and you like know you're not doing it for like a dumb reason. So it would always be like low key like that.
Yo, yeah, that's so spot on.
Hadi, I hope I don't fuck up your stream. I gotta change my.
Oh my gosh. Nah, that was so spot on, bro. Oh,
Planning is cringe, to be honest. I just do things as the crowd flies. I'm that guy.
yeah, fact.
At least with friends, though.
It's just-
With friends, it's kind of cringe to plan.
But
Like,
yeah, I mean, dude.
a schedule and shit. But you get what I mean.
With like,
Oh.
yeah, I mean,
Hello?
I think,
Hello?
Okay,
are we good?
Yes.
yeah.
What's going on?
It's just that when we speak while you speak, your audio gets cut off.
Oh,
I'm just getting
But yeah,
DDoS right
keep
now.
going.
I have a confession to make. I'm just
you
getting
have a
DDoS.
confession to me?
And the
Oh my
DDoSer is actually me, so I'm GG.
Well, yeah, you are the producer, so
You are the SRB fact checker.
facts. Look, we had to add Hadi to the call. We used to have different people in the call. It was always 3 people. We had to add Hadi to the call.
That's true. It just they didn't converge.
They
Yeah.
didn't want to be a part of it like I was. I wanted to.
Yo, Hadi,
Facts.
you need to get a. What color is Hadi, bro? Is he purple? Is he a purple type?
Bro's
Is he
green, because you're
I'm a
Luigi.
greenie.
He's. Yo,
Well, this
Hadi.
is pink. This is pink, a shirt, but my favorite color is green, bro.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a gamer color, bro.
That is gamer.
John, let's
Oh,
get
resembles
the vertical post up, shall we?
Yo, okay, wait. Oh yeah. All right. Let's see how I did this, bro. Oh yeah, I remember. I had to join on my phone, bro. That's why I took a screenshot.
Oh right, I remember. Yeah.
That's hilarious, bro. Okay. Let's go back to motive.
Oh my god.
Bro's on his phone. And he's gone. Hello, we can hear you. We can very much hear you, John. Is it just me? Yo, Andrew.
No, Hadi, he's inaudible.
Oh. Let's see how long we can make this last. Oh, no. he's gone.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
It was just. Did you see me at all?
Yes.
Yeah, we saw you.
We saw
you
you
hear me?
acting like a goofy
No.
guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's all. I thought it was so funny because you guys are just posing when I was trying to tell you it wasn't working. Um,
Oh.
it
That's
was
so
just so
funny.
funny to
Advertise.
me.
Where's your
Yo,
advertisement, buddy?
okay, we need
Bro,
a
hold
fourth
on, hold
person,
on.
bro. We
John,
need a
where's your
fourth person.
advertisement, buddy?
We
For
need a
some
fourth.
reason, it doesn't like organize us in grids like that if it's not in
W
fours.
bottom
Dude,
guy.
just take a photo of your laptop. It's fine.
Yeah, I was about to take a screenshot on this. Control shift. There we go. Bruh, that's gonna take. Oh shit!
Oh, you want to do that? Okay, no, never mind, never mind. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
No. We could just take a screenshot on the laptop. Pose right now. Are you?
All right.
Hello? Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
You want to take the pose right like this?
Oh, like you want me to? Okay.
I love it. I love it.
You had to hit this with a little giggle before you actually took it. Oh,
I did. Yeah, I was making myself laugh. I
no.
was like, yeah, that's
Post on
better.
your story, bro. Otherwise, we
I
get
will. I
zero
will. I'm gonna make
viewers.
it. I'm gonna
All
get
right.
it in right now. Anyways,
Yeah,
so what you were saying, Andrew?
yeah. Well, you were talking to me about reflecting on being 19, and
Oh,
4.
on one hand,
Still
I don't
4.
really have much to say because I already talked a lot about my thoughts about stuff during the new year. Um, Really, all I have to say at essence is I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Eman Ghazi was a millionaire at 19. I'm 19. I'm not a millionaire, and I have no clear pathway to becoming a millionaire. And really, what I wanted to say on myself, I just wanted to inform both you and the world of like where I'm at. And the reason that I'm keeping it real is because, like, the same way that when I kept sleeping in time and time again, I said, well, what can I do? I can just, like, I failed, but what am I going to do? Just give up? Like, this sucks and I'm not exactly being reliable, but I might as well just go back and say, I'll try again tomorrow to wake up on time. And obviously, it's no longer a problem. It's like, it's the same thing here. Like, I'm, if I really think about it, or if I think about the right things, I'm very uncomfortable with not having a clear pathway to financial freedom. But like the number one thing for me to do is to not escape it, and also not set goals without complete plans, or at least
yo,
reference those. That's where I'm at.
hold on. Before
Like
you
I'm gonna
continue,
just be real with myself. Yeah,
how do you feel explicitly about not having a path? Like, how do you
I
feel about
don't feel any. I don't feel any positive feelings about that. I feel.
I think that's an important distinction, and that's something I've been thinking about so much lately.
Mhm.
And I think that ties into um that ties into like being scared of failure. I think it's on the same
Yeah,
wavelength. Like you have to be in love with finding the path. I realize that especially this week, like I've been so stressed out and on and that's what I was telling you last night.
yeah,
That's what I got hit with. Sorry, I'm finishing the Instagram story. But
yeah.
yo, like, oh, you want me to send it? I'll send it to the yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, bro, that's what I was telling you last night. Let me actually just pull up what I was telling you because I actually don't, bro. I just remember the
Yeah,
nature.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I was so pissed off that I hadn't worked all reading week. Oh yeah. So on the goals, I accomplished nothing that I set out for
Oh
myself.
yeah, me too.
Me
That's
neither.
super
Me
shit.
neither.
This was the most unproductive week of this year, by far.
Yeah,
The
me too.
worst week, which is incredible because it was the most time I'd had, but it was also the least amount of time that I had to myself
Yeah.
because I was sick, whatever excuses I
You were
had.
sick?
But yeah, I'm still sick, bro. I'm fucking
Oh,
oh my
was it
God.
COVID?
Nah, it's not COVID. I had like the worst stomach ache up until like this morning. It got better in like an hour after I woke up, but which it was 12. I woken up at 12 every single day this week because I've
Mm.
been sick.
You
But
can't really blame yourself to if getting sick, you know? I mean, it sucks, but like you're
yeah, but
sick. What
Yeah,
I
it was the
honestly
same.
feel
you
I
should like
feel more
focus on
feverish.
yeah.
I feel more feverish today than I did the past 3 days, and I got more work done than I did the entire week. So like it was just stomach pain that made me debilitated, but this time it was brain pain, and I still got more work done. And it really is like, regardless of your circumstances, you can still get
Yeah,
some
you can
stuff
still
done.
get stuff done, but I'm saying like you
The
shouldn't like
reality
feel
was,
extra shouldn't be too hard on yourself
you're
considering
right,
that
you're
yeah.
right. That's what I was. That was my conclusion as well. But regardless, I still was being an idiot. I was on TikTok for like 14 hours this week. Genuinely, like across all like short form videos, definitely 14 hours this week. But anyways, what I was telling Andrew
Fair
was,
enough.
so I was like super pissed off at myself, and like sort of a bunch of thoughts have been hitting me this week. It was like, why do I feel this way? And this has been a continuation of feelings that I've had pretty much since the start of the second semester, which was I've been super hard on disciplining myself because this is the time that I have to discipline myself.
For some reason I'm
And I think while I do say that I don't typically let my emotions dictate my actions, um, I think I was just berating myself way too much, and I didn't let myself enjoy the process as nearly as much as I should have been. And as a result, and what I told to Andrew was sometimes along the line we forget how to play. And for me, I think
Yeah.
I think this line really hit me because I had forgotten the excitement that I had when I initially started. Well, fire, Hadi, fire shirt. But I initially forgotten the fire that had started me on this journey towards any of my ambitions
speaking
in the
about
first
fire.
place, and even more so, what principles led me to the conclusions that I push on now. And I actually spent maybe like the past like 32 hours trying to get back what those principles were, and that has been such an interesting look back. Like I looked back after I sent you those messages. I went back to my Notion, and I went all the way back to November 1st, which is when I started um like taking my note taking very seriously, where I was consistent every
Hmm.
single day. And
Yeah.
I reread what I had first wrote, and it wasn't like game changing, but it reminded me of, for one, how much I grown, which is something that people don't really like. I feel like people take for granted how much they've actually progressed. Like it was insane, the difference between me now and me in 2 months ago, let alone a month
Hmm.
ago. And then even more so, it was the ideas that I held and what ideas changed. And it was more so the things that I had really no understanding of that was forgotten away, and the things that had true principles and basis in reality were the ones that continued to stay and was concurrent
Hmm.
across all these note takings. And then when I looked further back into like July, when I really started getting into artificial intelligence, it reminded me entirely of what the reason why I started getting into this, and that's something I want to talk about later. This is why I wanted to talk about AGI today, is because
Hmm.
it was that basis that had me going on that path. But for you and I, for the audience,
I'm
when
excited for that
you
discussion.
when you forget when you forget, like, it's not even necessarily the motivation or the discipline, but if you forget your reasoning behind what you're doing, you kind of lose focus on what you are supposed to be doing. And I think that may be your issue. Why do you need your money? Why do you have these things? Why are you trying to look for these things? And once you kind of have a clear goal of the why, not necessarily the end goal, but the why, you can bear any how, as I think it's Nietzsche who said that. Um, and so for me, that why is pretty much an existential why. Like that's the why I had to go
Yo,
through.
it's so funny because in my head I was literally saying it's existential.
Yes, it's
That was the
existential.
instant reaction when you said why is it's existential.
It is, bro. And but what, like, why specifically is it existential? Well, for my case, it's existential in the sense that if we don't do it right, we're all dead, or we're all obsolete, and that would be horrible. So, in an essence, that's why it's more existential for me because it's like I don't want to become obsolete. That's a greater existential fear than death to me. That my entire species has become obsolete.
Mhm.
But that's a further thing. But when it comes to the more bare bones things as to the why, I've forgotten that my why was not to become prolific or successful or anything but actually creating something valuable. And I had lost focus of that. And that's why I seemed very dissatisfied with myself. Not because I was chasing things that I shouldn't be chasing, but because the things that the things that were driving my actions were dictated based on things that had nothing to do with the why. As in, how can I make all this money real quick? How can I establish myself with status? It's all a bunch of these zero sum games. And I had been aware of this. I just kind of ignored it because I'm like, well, maybe I need to play some zero sum games to do that. Everybody believes that they're the exception. Nobody believes that they're the rule. And as a result, people end up having the same fucking issues all the time. So once you
What do you
realize that
mean?
you're, well, like everybody believes that, like they're the special one in the sum of the bunch. So, for example, if I think, like playing, if the fact is that is playing zero sum games typically ends bad for most people, even on an existential level or to a physical level where they might not even be as successful. Playing zero sum games, thinking that, oh, maybe
Mhm.
I should play zero sum games because it might be an advantage for me in this case, is kind of idiotic because you're thinking, okay, I'm an exception to the common occurrence. And
Mhm.
there's also a crazy phenomena that I've seen. It's like people like type in, they have a poll, right, on Instagram, YouTube, whatever, and they say this thing is 80% chance is going to occur, and then this other thing is 20% chance is going to occur, or like 90 to 1%. And the results of those polls, surprisingly, are always the exact ratios they ask. So it's like 80-20, 90-10. And it's the same thing. Like you
What do you
go in
mean?
to play with these polls and you end up following the common distribution. So logically, it's probably better for you
Oh,
to
okay.
play what?
Yeah, I get what you mean.
It's probably better to follow under the logical distribution that you're going to be in the majority. Regardless, playing zero sum
Well, yeah.
games is bad for a reason. And so when you forget really like why you're doing something and you end up kind of breaking it down to like very very superficial ideals, you end up chasing things that you'll never be satisfied with. And I think that's where people get those short-term gains, but also like very short-term moments of disappointment. And those are important, but it's also like pretty demoralizing, especially when you're not getting any tangible progress to what you actually want. So for the case of me, like I mean, when you look at what I've actually done towards my goals, I've done pretty much nothing, which is like, what the fuck? You've done so much, but you've done nothing towards things you actually care about. And what I actually cared about was developing algo and getting more in tune with machine learning. And when it comes down to it, I've only developed like skills in regards to other aspects of machine learning, everything but
Mhm.
reinforcement learning. And that was just like when I realized that, I was like, oh my God, I'm such an idiot. Um, but it's also for your case, like, you know, your goal is to make this money, which is it's not a bad goal, right? Be a king before you become a philosopher. But it's also like, why are you actually trying to make the money? Are you trying to provide value to people, or are you trying to just make some cash or whatever? Because you have to be specific. If you're confused, you're not going to make any value. I mean, money. If you want to make value to people, if you want to give someone something so that they have in their wall that's really dope, then you probably can get that. You just got to try a little harder, whatever. Or on the other direction, if you don't really care what they have on their wall, then equally you can put an effort in the other way of just trying to get a bunch of things out there. But regardless, and then again, I also think bringing value is also the rule. You should tend towards that anyway. But regardless, if you're confused onto why you're doing something, it's going to transfer into how you actually act on it. Like it's always the question of like people always ask what knowledge and information are they missing, but a wise person always asks the right questions. And I think that's the skill to learn because I think most people, and especially people like you and I, we have a vast array of knowledge already, pretty much very bare bones, substantial, and over encompassing information. It's simply the
Yeah.
questions that are asked of us that will actually pull out the wisdom that we hold. So if you don't know your actual incentives and if you don't know exactly what you're trying to accomplish, then you won't be able to pull out the right set of information because you don't even know yourself what you're trying to do. So you have to ask yourself, what do you actually want? What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do?
Wait, can you
Specific.
repeat that last 30 seconds again?
If you are confused onto what you want to do, you will not be able to ask yourself the right questions as to what to do next. That is the gist of entirely what I just said. Anyways, let me get this out. So what do you want to do? Like, well, like specifically, very specifically, what do you want to do?
Well, yeah, and that was basically the question that I've been specifically asking myself for the past hour, but, in disguise asking myself for as long as I can remember. And I don't want this to become too long-winded because, like, I have, over the past, how many months has it been? September, October, November, December, January, February. So over the past 6 months, I kind of think of like the archetype of Lily from How I Met Your Mother when she came back from San Francisco and tried out like 10 different careers in the span of a few months. And I kind of have done the same. I both flip flopped and at the same time, and through that, I've literally gone so far, and I'll say gone, not grown, gone so far from really any person that I can remember, at least in what I want. Like, it's crazy how, just 1 month ago, I was still, well, at the time I called it, and I still do, struggling with, listening to too much music. 3 months ago, I was literally dead set on pursuing like a career in music management and becoming hugely successful in that, which is fine. I'll be dead set on being hugely successful in whatever I choose at any moment. So I'm not worried about flip flopping, but I'm just pointing out that I went from that to now basically calling it entertainment and escapism as it is. And I don't listen to music anymore. I work on my posters for the sole sake of generating profits. And this is where I've come to. To me, I one thing that I said so much around that kind of, September time is I've come to find that life is net positive. And as I was leaving for Ottawa just about 1 week ago, right as I was arriving at the train station, um, I passed by Google for the first time, Google HQ Canada, which I'm really happy to do. It's fucking ginormous. And it really reminds me of Silicon Valley or like San Francisco because, you walk and I was walking 5 minutes, I see like the electric Porsche, which, like my head's in the completely right place more than most people. Like literally in the right place. I mean more than most people, just to make a point of how in the right place it is about the value of material versus human. But it's like I see it like it's a beautiful car. It's also like a $150,000, $200,000 car. And then, you walk 2 more minutes and you see these huge homeless camps, right? And they're right beside each other. And it's so real because you have like the wealthiest and the poorest right beside each other. And that's when I realized why the coffee shop beside the train station in downtown Kitchener has brownies that cost $5.60. It's not even because they want to make those profits. It's just because they have to keep homeless people out of the shop some way so that the tech people can enjoy their coffees without being surrounded by homeless people.
Wait,
So
Andrew,
they just
you went
they
inside
make
Google?
yeah.
Went inside Google?
No, I didn't go inside the HQ, but I passed by it.
Oh,
So
you
and
should have.
as I was going in, I I started thinking about like that life is not net positive. Life is only a net positive if you make it so, which means it's just a positive if you make it so. And I realized that all of my up to 19 up to 19 years old experiences that occurred to me, which were so incredible. At the end of the day, they were fulfilled by my parents' baseline, um, like taking care of my survival. And you know, this is why like we can't go into this for too long because I already know that like I've been talking about survival for 3-4 months now, and we've always been both in the exact same place and also weirdly kind of different, at least on like a personal level. We can't really find um but again, there's nothing to find. It's more just a personal preference, I guess. But the point is that like this is what I've been about, and I really thought it there. Like the reality is that like I think about on the train going back, I look out um at the lakes, and like they're so beautiful, and that's like a very like, you know, in awe euphoric experience. But then at the same time, I realized that it's like -7 degrees outside. That's fucking brutal. And if you actually go on the lake, like you're gonna die. That's brutal. So there's like two sides to everything, and I've really been thinking about what is the kind of main platform of the world we live in. And because this is in some ways me always aiming higher to the platform. What is the next platform? And this is why I struggled so much with marketing. And because everybody, because there's, all your head thinks about is the TikTok algorithm, which is, I'm fine with the craziness of it, or like the kind of addiction of it, as in I'm fine with the fact that you have to hustle. But what I really struggled with is that I have to play somebody else's game. So I'm always like, oh, like I want to create the game. So I kept thinking and thinking and thinking and thinking about what is the biggest platform. And then I started to agree with when every single entrepreneur who's successful says that if I wanted to be rich, I would become a banker. And I kind of realized that we live in capitalism,
Mm.
and the platform under which we all play under is the banks and capitalism. I don't think we play under philosophy. I don't think we play under holistic things. I don't think that's the baseline platform. Like the kind of Naval Ravikant way of life, I don't think it's the baseline platform. It is, but it is 100,000% facilitated by the banks, by money, by capitalism. Like again, none of those my life would have been shit if my parents, sorry, not my life. At the end of the day, the experiences that I had, which were so incredible and led me to believe that life is net positive, would have never happened if my parents did not have the money that they had. If I was worried about food. And these are all real things. And so this is where I'm at. And so that's in some ways why I've been so concerned with survival, and why when you ask me what is the point, there is nothing more. And it shows in the fact that I moved away from music. And one thing that I've been thinking about recently, but at the same time dating back to when I was like in middle school or even before that, one thing that I really thought about back then is this idea of like, would life feel better if I was in a different person's shoes on like a net? Like, for example, I would consider the life of a kid whose, let's say, parents are very rich and they get to go on fucking yachts in the summer, right? And I would think to myself, that kid does not know that their life is much better than mine. So they don't feel that, right? Because they don't feel the difference. So they don't feel like I would feel it, as in they don't feel the difference. But even though they don't feel the difference, do they still feel better than I do? like if you were just to compare it, if you were able to take like both levels of excitement and just to compare them on a net level. And I mean, I think we know that the answer is yeah, yes or no. So no, we don't know the answer. But um,
Hold on,
that's
hold
kind of
on.
the start of
I
it.
think I think that's what I was trying to get at. So now it's interesting that you bring that up and talking about these different levels and these different platforms. If you this is what I think I've been trying to get at when every time I mention it to you, like exactly what are you trying to do? I think this is what I was trying to mention to you when we were at your house and I asked like what are you actually trying to do? What do you actually value? Because if it's just survival, if it is just plain survival, why are you doing what you're doing right now? Why are you doing this? If it's just survival, you could survive and make a pretty good lifestyle for yourself by doing the quote unquote nine to
But
five.
I'm not assuring that. The government is. My parents are.
Of course. And but you also could do a billion other things that don't necessarily have a standard across any of these other things that we market each other, as
But
well as
what I'm
morality, as well as status.
basically what I'm trying to do is to rely on only myself. And you can see that
Mm.
again with me, with the reason that I don't like playing under somebody else's game, and the reason that my mind always goes to platforms, above from the fact that I've been into software for a very long time, and I just think in systems, is that I always want to rely on somebody. Like I want to rely on myself, and and any
Regardless, though, but what does that entail? Because if you talk about specifically relying on yourself, why don't you go off the grid? Quote unquote, you can't go off the grid, but why don't you just live into the forest? Like throw out all your government IDs. Then you'd also be like it's equivalent, as in like saying being
no,
starved and
because
food.
that's because I'm weak. That's the point of weak. What I
I
think
understand that.
is that the point of power is comes from money. It's
That's
not,
right,
and
and
at
that's
least, and
right.
for me as
Money.
and for my position, it the next step is to get the financial
Exactly.
wealth, and then
So it's not survival purely. It is
it's
something else.
power,
More than that.
it's power.
So then it's not survival. And that's the distinction you need to make within yourself. If it was survival, you wouldn't be so confused. But if it's power that you're seeking,
It's assured survival,
if you're
instantaneous
very
survival.
well, power is never ensured in survival. That's the sacrifice you make when you go to find power. Regardless, you have to be convicted when you tell yourself that you're looking for the power. Otherwise, what kind of questions are you asking yourself? And what I mean by that is like if you were going about this just for plain survival, you would make a very survival based decision. But if you're looking for power, your calculations towards every single move you make would be that much more specified towards attaining power. Just like me playing any sort of game would be specified towards one sort of victory. You need to leverage yourself accordingly. And what I mean by that is like you need to be super specific as to what you're trying to get at. So I ask you again, what exactly are you looking for? Because there's survival, there's power, but there's more
At
than
what
that. I know
level?
you want more.
Because money is a proxy, and that's and I'm very much black and white to it, to money right now. But it's a proxy. That's true. But so you want me to go to like the deepest level
Not the
of
deepest
what it
level.
is?
Not the deepest level. It has to be, I can't define it.
I'm not looking for fulfillment. Like
It
I'm
has to
not
be
looking for fulfillment.
as deep as it would. It has to instill what you want for the long term. Like it has to be a sustainable thing, but it also has to be like a motive. It has to be I can't even I don't want to call it a goal, but it has
Look,
to be
guys,
something
business
that
call.
directs every single action that you make. Like for example, for me, every time I make a decision, it's usually primarily towards is this going to give me more credibility? That's not
Mm.
super specific, but that's pretty much how I base a lot of my actions because I know for right now it's the most important asset that I'm trying to go to. And I think that's also why I'm very unhappy currently because I've been doing things to get credibility, but that's not necessarily what I have to do. But regardless, I still make those decisions and it still helps me. I still get more credibility, but it doesn't put me towards my actual goal, which is trying to build some very tangible AI systems. And frankly, I have to sacrifice credibility to do that. But it's a game, so maybe I can maximize or optimize that.
That's interesting though. That's interesting though because you can then relate to my thing, which is I am like you, before I try to answer even if I were to answer the question with one thing, I'd be lying, because like I am so far gone from that, and that's the one thing that I just realized like 2 hours ago is because like I called Dushan about this, and what he brought me to is like my indecisiveness, and this has been the root problem. And the thing is, it's not necessarily going to get solved because I'm not going to sacrifice. I'm not going to sacrifice my propensity to overthink and like my will to have options directly to make profit. Like literally everything that I've done, every single action that I've taken over even the past 2 months have has just been has had so much indecisiveness in it, and it is completely true that I would be much more profitable and on a much more profitable path in the poster business if I was much more decisive. And this was seen from the start. It's seen from the start because the thing is, you were completely right that posters should be sold through in-person sales. And by the way, the fact that the sale is not happening this week is a failure on my part, and it's one of the things from that has made me learn like face up about my indecisiveness, because as I said, it's a failure that it's not happening this week, and it should have happened this week, and I should have made it happen. And the thing is that I was this close to making it happen if I was just a bit more decisive. But even so, I'd still be indecisive as fuck. So if I was super decisive, I would be on a like I'd be way ahead. But there is so many different things that I'm thinking about beyond just profits, or that I've been thinking about,
Yo, I just want to.
and I
I
might
just
have
want
to
to.
choose.
I just want you to know
Yeah.
right now that Hadi's not recording and the stream is covered, so I don't know if we're actually saying anything right now. Because he left.
Like, wait, what do you mean the stream is not even being recorded?
I, I don't know. You check it out, bro. Wait, can I hear? Say something.
No, I'm sure.
No,
No,
okay,
we're
they
good.
can
We're
hear
good.
us. But I think he
Okay.
paused it.
So,
Anyways,
like for example, I didn't want to do an like the thing is, posters in college. Okay, this is profit, right? Like the guy said that what's it called? Imaginus will come and do 10K in sales on like a kind of
oh,
start of the year poster sale.
that right there should have fucking convinced you. You didn't need, and this is always my solution to
No, but
decisiveness.
that's the point though. That's the point
You
that I'm
should have been
making.
rational enough to let yourself know that, dude, 10K in sales. You didn't even. And this is why I kept telling you you didn't need to
And I
make
didn't
a
blink.
single poster.
And I didn't
What?
blink. And I didn't blink because I did not care about that. I did
Mm.
not care about that beyond the points of the fact that in-person sales don't scale. They feel way below my level of cognitive ability. And it has nothing to do with the skills that I've built up on over the past few years.
But
And just in general, I don't give a shit about any of it.
of course, but if your idea is for power and quote unquote survival, you should have to throw those things away. That's why I say like if and that's what I mean. Like
So
when
I'm
you
glad we're
talk
having this
about
conversation. I'm very glad because yeah, because it's funny because yeah, like I'm coming to this and then you're just ripping it out of me, which I'm super thankful for. Like I
I'm
have
not
been
saying that
caring
I'm not
so
I've become equally
whatever.
undecisive. Like
Right,
I am in the
right.
same position.
Okay, great. Here we are. Here we fucking are. And of course, because the thing is, otherwise I would have to ask myself, well, have I lied to myself and are the people around me actually correct? As in, you cannot get rich. No, you can, but I do not want to as much as I want to understand systems. And this is what I talked about earlier, where I'm like, wait a minute, I just fucking love knowledge. And it's pretty human because there is no bias towards action innately in humans, right? But it's like for me, and I'm not going to like I'm just like, you see, because that's the thing. And but what I was getting to earlier with the thing of like originally, I was just trying to connect it back to now what I think about what I've been thinking about lately is like, can I just completely shift who I am for whatever goal? And the thing is I did it. Boom. I don't care about music anymore. Like I could snap back into it, but the thing is the fact that I can snap back into it and snap out of it means that I could snap into loving fucking chairs. I don't know. So it's like now I'm a chair salesman. But here's the deal. Posters has a very small market potential So for me, it's like, fuck, what's in it for me? And that's real. Like the thing is, I'm like, you see, it is sort of existential, and the reason that I went straight to talking about whether I can snap out of anything because I said it's existential, and yet I don't want to, or sorry, I'm really questioning the fact I'm thinking about or grasping whether something is really really tied down to my identity, or sorry, if my identity is really really tied down to something, and I don't think it is. It's just that I build up skills over time. Like I've been doing software for a very long time, so of course I think in systems, but it's like, okay, here I am, and it's at the very least, it's super super in me that I just, it doesn't make sense for me to put in all this effort to do an in-person poster sale.
Is that the lie you told yourself?
What do you mean?
Is that what you told yourself? Hadi, the stream was not recording.
Yeah, I know. I took an important call, and it was
Oh, I see.
my
I
bad.
see. You could have just turned off your.
I was really focused in that call.
Okay. Regardless. Okay, but
It's not a lie.
okay. If it's not a lie though, then that's why you got to realign yourself, because and we've talked about alignment so much, but if it's not a lie,
Yes,
then
I will go to AutoView next year and suffer in the cold because I don't want
whoa,
to
whoa,
do
whoa,
things
whoa,
that
whoa,
don't
whoa,
scale.
hold on. We'll talk about that in a second. Let's go back to the posters themselves.
Okay.
If your goal is precisely to accomplish something, to get some money, why aren't you going in person? Because it's quote unquote
Because it doesn't
beneath you,
scale. It's
regardless if
not
it
beneath
scales
me.
or
It's
not.
not beneath me in that sense. It's not beneath me in that sense.
I know what
First
you
off.
mean, but regardless, it will $10,000 in sales was your potential revenue. $10,000,
Yes.
if not
I feel
more.
stupid.
You could have charged more. You could have done purely custom posters. You could have just had a booth right there. And you could have had like spent maybe an hour or two making like a bristle board that has like Sammy's posters, everything, like a big banner, and then you could just stood there beside your printer with your rolls of paper. And
Okay,
you
in
could have made
September, look. In
hundreds of
September,
dollars.
I had, look, in September, I had like 11K in my bank account. I dished out on school. I took another 8K in loans from OSAP. I own an Apple product from every single category. Like, yeah, it doesn't feel like money in my mind. It doesn't feel like money.
You're speaking all these products that you yourself are reliant on, as in you relied on someone else's money to give it to you. This is adverse to what you were
What do you
proponing
mean?
to.
What do you
You
mean?
said you don't want to be like reliant on anybody. Yet all this money that you're talking about is reliant on something else.
What do you mean?
You made all of that money off
Nine
of
to fiving. Yes.
exactly something else, some other system. This first system that you decide to build, when you talk about building systems, suddenly it doesn't go so well, and you decide that you're not going to do the most logical chess move in that sense. You could have made thousands of dollars. Why didn't you do that? Why? What exactly was the reason why? You could have had the same money that you took out in a loan in a day, but you didn't. What's the ration behind that? Truly,
Okay.
it was a
I
blunder. You don't need to answer your question. It was a blunder, and I've blundered.
What's a blunder? What's a
all the time.
blunder? Hold on.
In
What's a
chess,
blunder?
a
When you
blunder
throw.
is a move that pretty much is like you just lost something very important. Like you
Wait,
lost.
hold on. You're placing a val. There's still a reason I didn't do it. It was a bad decision. You're saying it's a bad decision, right?
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
You're saying
blunder.
it's a bad. No, but just because it's a bad there's still a reason I didn't do it. There's
I
still a
know
reason I
there's
didn't
a
do it.
reason why people move their pieces in chess, but regardless of the fact of your
But they
plan
don't
ahead of you,
see they don't see that.
but like why though? Because that I don't think that reason would have changed any circumstances. Because you would have been less decisive and you would have been more secure in your fact had you had 10,000 extra dollars in your bank account. That's the principle I'm going off of. If you had made those in-person sales, regardless of how you felt about them or how, and this is what I think it is, your rationality, I think personally it's a feel. And It's not different to how I act as well. I do the same thing where I rationalize feelings and it ends up being a blunder. But what I'm saying here is that in a logical essence, if your idea is to find survival, to find more independence, the best chess move on the board is to make the most money you can so you can become more self-reliant. So in the nature of finding purpose, finding meaning, a philosophical ideology as to why you weren't accustomed to that decision in the moment, still does not negate the fact that the best moment would to be making $1,000 extra. You could have made so much more money. So why didn't you? Like why? Really why? Like why?
I want to say because my mind was prioritizing and is prioritizing number one, things that I want to do year to year. This is big because for the longest time I've been everything that I've been consuming and thinking about is related to the fact that every single company takes time to scale, so it has to be you have to invest for years and years and years and years. And number two, yeah, and number two, in terms of scalability, like in my mind, if it wasn't more money, if it wasn't the ability to, yeah, like I've just been in startup land so much that my head does not prioritize just like cash, black and white. It actually prioritizes the growth curve. That's why in my mind, when I see stuff that's not like ecom, I'm like, well, okay, I just do it once and then it's over.
Then you know what I have to say to that? Give
What?
me all of your branding rights. Give me all of it, and then I'll make 10K, and then we'll see how we feel at the end of it. Because
Interesting.
if I could be right here philosophizing to the same degree and still caring primarily solely on AI, and then I would still have $10,000.
That's
What's
flame.
Interesting.
That's flame.
what what I'm trying to get at here? I don't want to be a therapist to you, okay? Because I
Please
think you're
do,
actually way smarter than me.
because this is a huge problem. Bro, this is generally a huge problem because the thing is I said a few weeks ago I'm basically ready to pivot off the posters and that's be and like basically saying I'm gonna use the asset but I'm quitting because I realized it's not like what they would call
And I recognize that at the time,
founder market fit. And here
and
I
I
am now,
thought
and literally a few hour ago, I'm like, yeah, like I'm done. I need to find something new because it's not for me. And the thing is, it's interesting because you're saying you could go through black and white, and you would have gone through a black and white, and you would have just done it and pulled the cash out, which is really good. I've always identified this problem in myself, and the other reality is that we come from different socioeconomic backgrounds. So for me, in my head, it's like, and the thing is, I've never. It's
but
yo,
you
these things
always
occur.
came
I've
across
never.
me as a rational person. No, is that not an incorrect distinction? You're a logician, and a logical move would to
Sure,
be put yourself in a better position. A
that's
better
true.
position would be have more cash, regardless of your pivot. And even when you told me your pivot, I was confused, and that's why I asked you, "Oh, you're just removing the website." That's why I was like, "What are you doing?" Because, and it's not because I don't want you to switch your focus, but I talking on a systematic level, I
Yo,
would
I'm as
still
confused and want to have a fucking answer as you do, bro.
okay.
Like,
Let me break it down. I would still have. It's because when you're building things up from the ground, especially when you're building any company, and this is just something I've observed, any sort of system, when you're building these systems and when you put time and effort into it, the end goal is so that you can step away eventually and run it with minimal effort. In this
yeah,
case, when it comes to the posters, it should have been where, and I thought you would accomplish this. I was super impressed. I'm still super impressed with what you've done with it. That's why I'm like, why are you backing out? Because it's insane that you would do that, and that's why it was even more insane when you came to me and said you were not doing the live poster sale because you could make triple time investments. But that's nothing. What the actual issue is that like it's like you built up these systems, you spent so much effort, and you're throwing it away, in the sense of you put this time to build the system, and now you're not letting it run in accordance with your schedule. You're just letting it die instead of having it sustain itself, maybe fizzle out over time. But regardless, you're not making, for one, you're not making the ROI that you wanted. Two, you're missing, like, frankly, it just seems like you're missing an opportunity. And it's what I'm trying to get at here is that I think, again, with your indecisiveness, is that, so I think it's becoming more and more apparent with my point, which is that you need to be set in exactly what you're trying to do, because when that's
Yo,
very
you're
clear,
right, John. You're right. If somebody came to me and said, "Let me 3x your money in 1 week, give me the cash."
give me your
And the
posters.
thing is,
Give me all of
Scam.
your, give me your printer, give me your ink, give me all your posters you have right now, and I will build a bristle board. I'll go to Dollarama, I'll make a bristle board, I'll get a table, I'll skip all of my lectures for this week, I'll stand in front of the most populated areas in campus, maybe I'll make multiple populated areas, I'll get my friends to do it, and then I'll have them sit around the campus pointing to where I'm at, where the printer's at. I'll stand by the printer, I'll have a big board that says custom prints. And then they'll come up to me.
okay, and what are you
I'll
gonna
say,
do with the money? What are you gonna
Scam.
do with the money?
Sounds like
I
a
don't
scam.
what am I gonna do with the money? It doesn't matter, because I could either reinvest in it and then that scale, or I could stop and then I have made $10,000 profit. That's what I'm saying. You could genuinely just stop, but it's like you could have made it. That's why I say it's a blunder, because you could have gotten something more, but you just decided to cut it quits, and it doesn't make sense, because you could just quit later, but you might as well get something out of it. And that's why I don't see the rationality behind it. Because regardless of
I've
what
really
you're
never
doing-
felt. I've really never felt like I needed the money, and I still don't.
but that's so that just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense, because it's like what you're telling me is like, it's like a drug addict saying, I've never felt the need to get off my drugs, so why I'll just keep doing crack. It's the same thing. I don't need the money. Well, sure you don't. Sure you do. It doesn't matter. It doesn't hurt you to have an extra $10,000 in cash. In fact, it does help you. It's actually ignorant to say that you don't need that money, because in one fell swoop. Okay, let's say
yeah.
you wanted to scale a startup. Whose money is gonna pay your
No, you're right.
scale
You're right.
computers?
You're right.
Wait,
You're
who's gonna
right.
pay
You're right.
for AWS? Are you gonna invest another
Yes,
2,000?
you're
Oh,
right. You're
wait,
right.
you just spent it on your
I'll-
printer.
No,
that you're not using
I'll go
anymore.
work a 9 to 5 like I'm freaking used to. Like I typically get my money from.
I think
that's
you
what
have
I'll do.
the answers in yourself, because you're a very logical person and you taught me how to think logically.
They're
so
not coming out. They're not coming out because yo, it's really weird. Okay, look, the fact is, like, I can't even get over this that I didn't do the in-person sale. But it's like,
what is it too
like,
late even?
I don't.
Is it too late?
Yes, it is. It is
How is it? How's
excessively
it too
too
late?
late,
I don't believe you right now.
bro. Because
Email them.
oh my god,
Dude, I'll email them and
No.
be like, yo, I'll do the in-person sale. I changed my mind. I was
I'm
being
not
an
doing
idiot.
the in-person sale.
Say you'll pay an extra $500 and then make it.
Oh my god, bro.
I don't even know. You don't even. What do you need? Like, why do you even need to pay $1,000? You could just put up shop around campus, or you could do what I just said: is get your friends to stand around campus, pay them whatever revenue you get, and then say, "Yo, just stand here."
Why? Then I don't even make any profit.
Stand
That's
here
fucking
for
dumb.
No, you
$5
could
an
make
hour.
profit. Pay them like $2 an hour. They're university students. They'll take the money. You have assets
Because they're
at your
broke.
disposal. Regardless, what I'm trying to say though is that
Yo,
don't
nobody's doing it for $2 an
don't
hour.
kid yourself, bro. You know what's up. Okay, you know.
You'd be
you know what you
surprised.
need.
It would have worked. It would have worked this year. It would have worked this year. Sorry, this week, but it's not going to work anymore.
Regardless, the point is you can't mix up. When you yourself don't define particularly what meaning or status that you are trying to get at, because you don't define it, you're still reliant on the system, then it shouldn't be up to you. It shouldn't be up to you as to how you progress in that system. You didn't make the system,
Nah,
so
Shamar,
don't
Isaac's
try to
got
play
this
your
one.
own game, because you're just
He's
gonna
got the
lose
riz.
there. Play by the
Hold on,
rules
Isaac got the
until you can
riz.
leave the rules. Play by the rules until you make the rules yourself. Play by the game until you become the moderator, the admin go into creative mode. But right now you're in survival mode, so you gotta climb the ladder, as you said, build the platforms. And as I said earlier, you have to be the exception
We're in survival mode,
in
but
your
we can't
head,
break anything.
which you're not. You're the rule. You can't play these games and think that you're the exception, because you'll just end up losing on average. So don't treat yourself like you're some big philosopher. I thought you would have known this already. In fact, I thought you would be the one to tell me this at some point in my life. I expected you to tell me this. Like, just be rational. Rationally speaking, if you had stood there and thought, imagine us made 10K in profits and they have shitty posters. I can print exactly what the user wants. I could just pull up Google Images and say, you want this? Boom. You could also do something even crazier and say AI posters. Get Midjourney bot, make like a bunch of Discord accounts, and then have them printed out onto your thing. In fact, you don't even need to do that. You could make a Discord server and say, submit your prints here, pay the money on the Discord server, and then they send it to you. Maybe Hadi deals with it in Ottawa because he can just moderate it later, and then he can send the orders to you.
Okay. You know what? I argued away the profits in my head. I continually argue away the profits in my head as I do the equations. And let's have the debate now. Like, I didn't want to because I thought it was dumb, but you know what? Maybe it's not as much a blender as you say. And I'm not trying to like.
Let's hear them. Let's hear
like
them.
hubris here. Okay. Number one, people don't care about the fact that it's made by AI. Number two.
Okay, let's debate that very much
Let's-
so. Okay.
Nah.
I think that's incorrect, because for one, there's a hype train. I think that at least one conversion will happen there. Two, it can be literally anything.
That doesn't
they
matter. No,
imagine.
one conversion. Yeah, one
of
conversion does
things
not
rely
matter
on API.
because one conversion on a like a
It doesn't
cost and
matter if
material
it's
basis,
one conversion towards
yes, it does.
AI.
Yes, it does.
What matters
Yes, it
is
does.
that they see the billboard and they come to the table and they realize you don't just have to do AI. It could do everything they want. It's a pull. It's a funnel. They see the AI on the billboard. They see custom prints. They
You're
say,
not-
"Shit, that's
you're-
dope."
This is
They walk up.
that's
to
what
it.
I thought too. But you're not. But that's what I thought too.
But did
you're
you
not
do it?
considering
Did you
on-
practice it?
No, because you're not considering it on like a literal basis of every single cost that goes in and every single sale that goes out and what the profit there is in the end. If somebody spends $65, right? And even if I have the lowest costs per materials, then let's say I can make like $40 off of that, which is a huge profit margin. That wouldn't even start to cover the upfront costs of putting on that sale, which would be $300 per day to even rent out the spot, which is on sale for students because the guy knows me. Plus, I would have to get the printer there. Fine, I can get a dolly from wherever the fuck. Okay, I would buy $500 worth of ink, $500 worth of paper just to kind of have people to have enough paper so that people can come through and it gets printed right away. Fine, you could say, oh, I'll print it to them later. But it's like, the thing is, you say that, but again, you have to really think about whether people will do it, because you yourself have not bought any posters from me. And just to be clear, I'm not saying that as like an offense
No,
because
I
you're my
know,
friend.
I
Like, I'm just pointing out the fact that, right, like I also would not buy any posters for myself, right? But the point is that I'm making is that it does matter to people that you can't buy them right on the spot. I've witnessed that firsthand.
Why
And-
wouldn't you be able to print it on the spot?
Well, I could, but that's the point I'm making. I would have to buy $1,000 worth of ink and paper just to be able to start to print them on the spot. And that doesn't include all of the billboards that I would have to put up. And I would have to put up a legitimate amount of billboards. Like, again, it's doable, but once you really get into it, you buy all the different billboards. Like, that's actually a lot of fucking billboards to buy. That's a lot of posters to print in advance just to put up.
Okay.
Because
Let's
it has to look legitimate.
Let's do the straight math. So let's assume it's $500. $500 in ink. Let's say.
What do you mean
you-
assume? I have it
I'm
on
just-
Excel.
No, I know it's on Excel. What I'm saying is you could have done differently. Like, whatever. You can have your like.
Okay,
some
yeah.
errands
Let's
doing.
Okay, I'm
But
actually
let's
getting a
just
little
say-
bit.
let's
Like,
just
I'm
say
actually
with
getting a little bit too much. Like.
Let's just use the numbers that you used. Okay, so it's it's 3,000. It's $2,000 down. That's for this week. $2,000 down. Okay, so $2,000 down. Okay, and it's going to be across 5 days. Let's say 6 days because you'd probably have Saturday as well. So
6
was it
days.
Is
Okay.
do you not
If
have
it's
Saturday? Do you have Saturday? Or is it just 5 days?
no, it'll be 4 days. People don't go to the Congress on Fridays.
Okay.
4-day work
Okay, then
weeks.
so it's $2,000 down. $2,000 of investment divided by 4.
Sorry, it's 1,200. It's 1,200 just for the rental of the space, right? Because that's
Okay,
300 times
so
4.
2,200.
Sure.
Okay.
Add another 100 because 500 paper, 500
Let's say
ink,
2,500.
100.
I'll add 200 for you. 2,500 divided by 4. Okay. 625 per day. Let's so your average poster rate, I think
Hold on.
what I remember, it's between $7 and $14 and $20. So let's just say $8. Let's lowball it. It's $8 per poster sale. Okay.
That's highballing.
$8 is a high ball.
Sorry, it's not a highball, but I was just saying relative to lowball. It's accurate.
Okay. So
$8 is accurate.
okay. $8. Okay. You would have to sell 75 posters per day. Okay, that is kind of crazy. And then that's with all the ink, whatever. But that's only if you sell those little shitty ones. People at Imagine Us, they sell for posters $20. So I'd say let's average it out. You probably have to sell about
You can go up to $10 profit. You can go up to $10 profit.
That's what I'm saying. No, not $10 profit. I'm saying
Actually, no.
charge exact. I'm not saying
Okay,
$10
fair,
profit.
fair.
Charge exactly how much you would charge for a poster. How much would you charge? What's the median? How much you would charge for a poster?
Like $15.
Okay, that's even better. So you don't have to sell 78. So let's say standard error is about like a couple like 25%. You probably have to sell 50 posters per day. Okay? That's if you have that down payment. 50 posters per day, you have what? Like let's say 3,000 students walking through that place on average per hour. Okay? 3,000 may be a low ball or a high ball. I'm not sure. 3,000 students divided by, or no, sorry. It's 65 divided by 3,000. You have to convert 0.02% to get your return on 3,000 people.
Hold on, what?
Let's say 3,000 students walk in per day through that thing. 3,000 different students. Okay, there's like 70,000 students at Laurier, something like that. No, there's probably 30,000. So 10% of 30,000 people walk through the main, most central area of that school. You'd have to convert.
That's 1.67%, right?
You need like less than 1% of people to have gone through that to buy it. You need a 1%. What?
Wait, we're saying 50, right?
No. 65 people, because we're considering that you have things people might buy bigger sizes. I think people typically as well will buy bigger sizes. I think people.
That's too. They won't.
Okay, let me recalculate because I just did it off of my head. So let me divide it by 4 and then divide it by $15. It's actually 40 people. So I actually was very generous in giving you 65 people per day towards your point. 40 people. 40 divided by 3,000 people. Times
1.3.
Oh, sorry, 1.3%. Sorry, I didn't convert. 1.3% conversion rate. 1.3% conversion rate off of 3,000 people per day. You need 1.3% conversion. As in, you need 40 people to buy a poster. I think that's actually a low ball. If Imagine Us makes 10,000 per day and they charge on average
At the start of the year.
At the start of the year, regardless, whatever, they probably still make like 5K, and that's still better than your return.
Yeah.
And they do the same time span within a week. Okay, they do the same time frame. They have non-custom posters. They have very rigid sales. They show all your options up front, whatever. They have a bunch of different sizes. If they make $10,000 per day, okay, let's do the reconversion here. All right. If they do $10,000 per day, then per person, 10,000 times 1.3 divided by 100.
Okay,
3,000 divided by 0.043.
The thing is, You're pointing out that the risk is nil, but again, we need to get back to what the actual profits would be.
600 people would have bought per day to make that profit in a week. They converted 4% people. That's 600 people.
Hold on. What are we saying? We're saying that Imagine Us made 10K.
If they make 10K and if they make 10K, okay, and they convert, so that's 4% on 3,000 people. Let's just say that. Then 600 people had to have bought a print at $15. They probably charged a print more than $15 is what I'm saying. But regardless, 600 people per day, they made them 10,000 profits. You needed 40 people to break average. They tripled your revenue.
But breaking even is not a fair, like, at least going back to where the issues were.
Regardless if it's not a fair point, what I'm saying is that Imagine Us in your same position that you are in. They got 600 people to
Imagine Us didn't come back. Imagine Us didn't come back.
Because they probably made enough money not to come back. They probably didn't give a shit.
No, they probably didn't come back because they didn't make enough money. They just didn't foresee making more.
Is that indicative that if anything, that's a power vacuum? Regardless, my point is, what I'm saying is that your rationale on the mathematical aspect is not concrete because you're assuming the highest margins, and regardless of the highest margins,
it is concrete. What do you mean? What do you mean I'm assuming the highest margins?
Because you said, okay, $500.
No, we have to wait, John. We actually have to stick at this. Like, generally, we do for my sake. Like,
okay,
stick at this. Not because I'm trying to be right, but I'm trying to figure out what the fuck is happening with me, bro. And like, the thing is, okay, I know that the risk is zero.
It's different though because
yo, if I make $1,000 in profit, that's fucking pointless. That feels pointless.
What
at the end of the day?
What did you say feels pointless? $10,000 in profit?
$1,000 in profit. If I make $1,000 in profit, it feels pointless.
If I had taken $1 in profit, it would not have felt pointless to me.
But it was pointless technically because the amount of money that you could have made working 9 to 5, putting time into like your business, it's just ridiculous.
Goes back as to what we were talking about earlier, which is, what is your goal? Is your goal to be reliant on the system or to provide an escape for yourself? The difference between an entrepreneur,
the
difference between an entrepreneur and someone who just wants money is that I would work every single day for 14 years and not make a single dollar in profit, such that it would provide towards my own goals. Obviously, I'd have to survive somehow, but regardless, I would still put in so much time and effort just to sustain my creative endeavors because I know eventually it will pay out for me. It's not to say that that's not even a possible scenario. 14 years wouldn't even happen. It'd be more like 2 years where I'd be working every day towards a common goal, and I would take that failure.
What are you working towards by doing posters? Tell me. No, but generally, what would you be working towards? Because you're saying for 2 years, but you would continue to work for 14 years.
I guess I'm just very, very aligned in my action. Maybe not my environment currently, but more and more I'm becoming more aligned in my action, and that's what I'm trying to get at here.
Fair.
You need to be aligned in your action because when I do every single thing, I was literally thinking the other day, and I said this earlier before in the pod, I was thinking, damn, like all the things I'm doing just happen to work out and boost every single endeavor in my life. And then I thought, it's not a fucking coincidence. I set it up like that. It's not a coincidence that somehow providing something for a social media page, doing the Motive podcast, and also researching AI happen to all align and support each other in every endeavor. That's not because mystically people are interested in all these things. It's because this is what I have been trying to do for the past 6 months. This has been the goal. It has been the alignment. So all these actions are converging towards each other. They're all trying to build up to one single thing, which is to establish better credibility, to build influence, and to get capital. Those are the 3 goals I outlined at the start of the year. But those have also been the things that I've been trying to start off at since I started this journey back in summer. And I realized I had those same goals back then because I understood what my end goal, understood what I really wanted to get at, which was trying to solve this existential problem I had in my head through AI, whatever. I realized I had to get those things. Focusing solely on those things individually is where I fell off, and that's what I wanted to talk about. But in your case, I believe that you are aligned. I believe your actions are aligned. I think you're misguiding yourself right now. I think you're just confusing yourself because I think you are very aligned because you are. Don't kid yourself. You know what you want. You know what you're trying to do. So what I was trying to get at here is I'm trying to ask you the question, are you just having an aversion to confrontation? Are you just scared of failing or are you scared of not making any profit?
Yeah.
Then
The
there you go.
same thing.
We needed no conversation about the mathematical procedure. And that's what I was trying to prove to you. You were just scared of failing.
What?
That's 30 minutes of my life I'm never getting back.
Well,
Okay,
Yo.
but like that's the important distinction.
hold on.
Are you just
don't-
scared of not making profit? Are you just scared of not feeling like you've made something happen? Like what?
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying it's a feeling. So then you don't then what do you need to find out? Because that's all you need to know. That is irrational that you made that decision. Because then you're not broken. You're not broken. If you thought something purely irrationally, then you should just move
No,
on.
the problem is that I would make the decision again.
No, you wouldn't.
Again. The thing I said at the start is I am being I'm trying to be very honest with myself and thus you about what I think I will do in the future. The
Okay.
point is, I don't.
What I'm saying is that what you do, regardless of what you think should be aligned with your future, should already be aligned. As in, if your goal later is to start a company and you need money, you're going to be like, oh, well, I'm glad I did that poster sale in person. Even if it's $1,000, even if it's no dollars, because then it's more evident that you can actually create something or actually try to do something. Regardless, I think you taught this to me, or maybe I taught this to myself, but every decision, pragmatically, what I realize is that I find the best out of the situation, but I also find that of all the things that I do, they teach me something that I'm waiting to learn. Sorry, I didn't get my point across properly. What I'm trying to say is that these things are converging regardless. All your actions, if you just have a right perspective, you will see them in a certain light. And through those lights that you frame your things through, your perspective will shine out the lessons that you need to learn. And so this still ties back into what I was saying earlier, where it's just like align yourself and be clear as to what you want. Be very intentional with your actions because, and not intentional as in the fact of you're nitpicking everything. It's just that you should see yourself in the things that you need to do to succeed, just correspond with what your outcome is going to be anyway. Like, I don't feel anything wasting time because when I'm doing something, I know that as I'm looking at that, it's going to be asking a question consistently as to what is going on in my head right now. If I'm hanging out with you, hanging out with the boys, we're going to Mandarin, the question that I was asking a week ago will still be asking in the second that I'm there. And on the same par, if I have a common goal and I'm seeing this perspective consistently throughout my life, then inspiration to what that question will come back to me. It's like when they say when you're doing a math problem, walk away from it because eventually the answer might come to you, and it usually does. And it's the same thing. If you're trying to run a successful business, well, if you can't seem to get your poster business right, which is a pretty darn simple thing, how do you think you're going to successfully create $1 million startup? Do you really think you're going to be able to do that at your current position? I'm not saying I can. I don't think I can at all because I haven't been able to complete anything. So, and I'm not saying you can't either. I'm saying you can because you've done more than I have, and you've done more than anyone I've seen, which is super impressive. And you shouldn't take that for granted. So, and I'm not saying beat yourself up about what you did,
I
but
think what's the most important in this current time is that Andrew, most of all, is getting the experience that he needs for the future when he wants to start it up. Obviously, the money is gonna come next, but getting to know how what you wanna do, what you want your goals to be, knowing how to get to them, and learning it in a process is what I feel is most important in the current stage at the very first steps. Then the
true
money
wisdom,
comes in
Hadi.
after.
Yo, Hadi, you're fucking wise, bro. He's so right. He's so right. But it's also more, it's just like on very principled basis, and you understand this. It's just like things add up. They compound over time. The more businesses you create, the better your business skills are creating. Eventually, even if you think an in-person sales beneath you, which I agree, I wouldn't want to do that either. Honestly, I'd be also kind of annoyed, but I would do it because at some point, you're selling something to somebody. Let's talk about a very principle level to bring you back to the world of rationality. When it comes to actual sales, you are selling to somebody eventually. So if you can't do it with your own face, with your own brain, face to face, one to one with somebody, how are you going to be able to make a system that can sell to somebody else where you're not even there? If you can't even sell to somebody right in front of you, how are you going to be to sell a billion things to a billion different people when they don't even know who you are?
That's the fundamental basis.
That's the very restrictive term when I'm trying to explain it to you. And that's something you also understand. It's just that you have to be reminded over and over again. And that's okay. I needed to remind myself a lot of these things this week. So I want to wrap this up, but because I think you already know the answer. I think there's nothing left to say here. You just need to go back from first principles and understand exactly what it is that you need to align yourself with. And if you can't find it, find something pretty simple to do that as well. And I mean, like, you know, it seems like you already have that figured out. Like your next goal, whatever you're trying to get at, that could be an easy way to align yourself, or whatever end goal you're trying to have. Regardless, try to see things in a way where you can maximize your time spent. And if you really understood how to spend your time, you would realize attempting to make a profit would probably 10x your ability to make better profits in the future, rather than theorizing on how you could make future profits eventually. Don't, and what I also am, I'm hoping this is not the case, but I just got this idea. Don't be scared. Don't be scared just because I'm about making startups that you should start making startups too.
Don't
And
be
the
scared of
only reason I
failures.
say that is because I realize more and more that we think the same. And do you want to know what I was thinking the other fucking week? I should have fucking started an econ business and a poster business just like Andrew and made some quick cash right away. I should have been doing that. And I got
Grass
demoralized.
is greener.
Right? Right? So
Yeah.
so you need to align yourself with what you actually do. And then I reminded myself again, why did I start a poster business? Oh, because for one, I didn't think about it. That, like, if I thought about it, I probably would have went out. I probably would have went after it. Two, I was still trying to figure out my own shit, and I was focused on spending my time on refining my current alignment, and I've done that, and I'm happy at that. And I'm trying to get proactively acquire more skills towards machine learning. That's because in the long term, I want to build better and complex systems regarding AI. That's just what I want to do. That's just what I've always wanted to do anyway. So it just ended up working well. And if I wanted to pivot, I could. And I am pivoting. And that's the thing too. I'm still doing exactly what I planned to do in the long run, but I pivoted as well because I've started this social media brand, which now I have a bunch of ideas on how to scale into something like Iman Ghazi type shit regarding AI. And I've been consuming a bunch of content around that. And now, I'm more content because you gave me great ideas, because I was like, okay, this guy's making quick cash really well. I realize I need to do that as well. But it's also like I need to try to build something very simple in order to prove that I could build something very complex. So I'm using a lot of words to describe pretty much the same thing. You just have to sit down, meditate, get some clarity, understand exactly what you're trying to accomplish. And if you can't do that, then understand exactly what you need to accomplish next. And then you'll find that you'll be more aligned with your actions. Don't think too much. Don't think, oh my gosh, this is how is this going to reflect on my legacy, or what are other people doing? Don't
How's this
compare
affect
yourself.
LeBron's legacy?
This is but it's true, bro. Like, don't think about that shit. I think I saw this on a TikTok. Joey Swole commented about it. And this guy was lifting weights. He was lifting like 70-pound dumbbells each on a shoulder. To me, like, that's incredible. I don't think I could do that in a long ass time because I'm so short. But
No, you're
he was
not.
benching and he was a huge guy. Huge guy. He also looked natural, like natty. He didn't look like he was on roids. So that was super impressive, doing 70-pound lifts, 70-pound overhead press. And
Yeah.
the girl he was working out with said, that's super impressive. And he said, no, it's not. No, it's not. In like such a douchey way. He's like, that's not impressive. Like, that's weak. And And she was like, what do you mean? Like that's super impressive. And he's like, no, it's weak. And she said, you know what they say? Comparison is the thief of joy. When you compare yourself to other people, even yourself, even whatever standards you have for yourself, you'll take out all the fun of it. Comparison is the thief of joy. And this goes entirely into what I want to talk about, which is how to play when it comes to these things. And I think this will also have implications onto what you were having issues with. And I realized like every time I had glimpses, and this is not motivation, it's not even discipline. It's just, again, it has everything to do with alignment. I had to remind myself continuously why I was doing something, and I did it subconsciously. Like I would have bursts of energy, and it wouldn't be energy in the sense of like inspiration or motivation. It would literally just be the ability to do the work. Like I would genuinely be incapable of performing at my maximum capacity. And this is why I always thought, oh my God, like there would be so many positions where I would do so much work all in a burst of energy. And like, is that discipline? No, because I am disciplined. I sit in front of my computer and I get nothing done. And it's like, why? Why? Like genuinely just the things don't come through my head. And it's like, what's happening there? Like what's wrong with me? Am I just an idiot? Am I getting writer's block, whatever? But I noticed like literally yesterday that every time I would have consistent periods of effort was because I would understand exactly what I'm working towards, and everything else would come with it. The alignment, the motivation, the discipline. It would be so much easier because I would remind myself what exactly to do. And it's because I ended up caring as well, comparing myself to you, because seeing your poster wall was the damnest impressive thing I had seen in my entire life. I don't think you realized like the biggest smile I had on my face when I first saw that, the craziest enthusiasm I had when I did continue to saw it, and when you added more posters to the wall, I kept thinking, damn, like what the fuck am I doing? And in that, I kind of got caught up with playing zero-sum games. And then over time, I continued to worry and stress myself over that. When the hackathon came, I saw so many talented people, so many people who had built incredible things, and they had been building for so long. And these people, like Colin, Raghav, Daniel, Emilian, shout out to these geniuses, incredibly talented, incredibly creative, incredibly driven people who know how to get stuff done. And I kept thinking, why am I not able to do that? Why am I not being able to? Why can't I do any of this? And it's like, no, I have. Why are my events so few and far between? And it's because I was also aware that these people existed before I'd even come to the hackathon. I was aware of people better than me, of status, of greater things. And it really was a fact of I was just comparing myself to other people so much. And I thought, oh, I must be the exception, not the rule. Maybe comparing myself is better. Maybe it drives me to better. And it is good to be aware of your competition. But the fact that I was competing at all proves the inauthenticity in my actions and how they were driven. If you have competition and you're trying to build yourself up, then you aren't being authentic. The nature of authenticity is that you're being true to yourself, and therefore you will have no competition because you're being uniquely yourself. If I'm doing solely AI and these people are so much better than me at JavaScript, why the fuck would I compare myself to them? They've just spent their entire high school summers doing internships for web dev. Why would I compare myself to that person? They're not inherently smarter than me, or maybe they are, I don't know. But regardless, they just spent their time doing something else. And I think that's true for all cases. I think for the vast majority of cases, I think pretty much all of them, the difference between talent and ability at the highest levels is just primarily on how people spent their time doing certain things. You see that
you don't have to do everything.
Exactly. You see that with PhD students. You see that with CEOs. You see that with literally every expert, every professional, quote unquote, in their field. They spent the most time doing one certain thing and they got the best at that thing. That's why if you try to be Mr. Beast, you won't be Mr. Beast because Mr. Beast has spent the most time being Mr. Beast. It's pretty much that simple. And what I realized is that I was playing these zero-sum games. I lost that alignment. I lost the
you took direct actions to compete with them,
Yes, yes. I took direct
Really?
actions that would, like what? Okay. So I was I would be, for one, I would be scrounging through fucking GitHub, and I would lose focus, and I would try to build things, and I would try to do things that I thought they would be doing, which is stupid. And I think this might apply to you as well. If let's say what I was saying was true, is that you might be looking at me and thinking that building a startup is what you should be doing. I don't know. I don't think it's what you should be doing. I don't think it's what I should be doing either. But I'm doing it anyway. But that's just because it aligns. And what I mean by
Why?
that is that I would look at people like that, and they'd have all these projects, all these cool things, and I'd be like, damn, I should be doing that. They have all these cool repositories on their websites. They have personal websites, and I got way too
Really?
focused, and I spent way too much time building things that were a mirror of what these people had done. And that is so backwards
So
in what
weird.
all the philosophy I told myself. What I mean by that is that like a real example is that this guy, Emilian, super smart guy, like such a genius. And this guy he's an incredible software engineer. He's about web dev, whatever. He made a bunch of websites. And I spent maybe a week and a half trying to figure out how to build websites again. Tried to like build the same thing to the same caliber as he did. I spent way too much time. I wasted so much time. I was looking at that shit. I'm like, damn, I need to do that. And
That's so
frankly,
But
surprising
was
to
it
hear.
relevant to what you wanted to
I
focus on?
actually,
no, it had nothing to do with what I wanted to do. Like
That's
that
what
is
I actually
answers
can't
it.
believe you did that.
right. You can't believe I did that. But like, could you believe that you
Well, no,
also
but the thing is, you said.
but could you believe that you didn't make $10,000?
I feel like
Ten
it's
thousand
different.
dollars.
It's not different. It's the same thing, bro. What are you trying to do, man? You're trying to make money.
I
You
have no
told me.
clue. I have no clue. I have no clue
No,
what
no,
I'm
no.
trying
But
to do,
this
bro.
you
It's
do
so
have a clue.
different.
You do have a clue.
I don't.
Your goal for the end of the year was to make enough money to move to LA. That
Evidently, it
was
was
your goal.
disingenuous. Evidently, it was disingenuous. Evidently, it was
Regardless,
disingenuous.
regardless if it was disingenuous, any goal that you would have would very much value that extra $10,000. And what I mean by that is that your decision process, your decision tree into organizing that decision was, oh, this is not aligned with what I want to do in the future. Well, you don't know
Yeah.
what you want to do in your future. So why are you strafing off this way? You should just keep going and then continue on. You essentially backed out on something because you were scared. And you know that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
So
what
so
happened.
you so it's not different. It's not different. It's very emotional, and you're competing with something fictitious. You're competing with me, maybe. You're competing with someone who doesn't exist. You're competing with an idea or a standard you set for
Competing
yourself.
with an
But the
NPC.
reality is the reality is that you weren't focusing exactly on your goals right now. And frankly, I think you should have done it because it would have helped you better. But regardless, your goals that were outlined at the start of the year, for what I think still hold true, is that you wanted enough money to be financially free. That's the baseline. You wanted to have enough money to be free by the end of this year. Is that wrong? I feel like that's going to be a
Yeah,
concurrent
It
that's
goal.
sounds reasonable too.
So regardless, that
it's
was
probably not going
aligned.
to happen.
But
But
well, now
why?
maybe not because you didn't take the necessary step. But maybe it could still happen.
Yeah.
Why does it
I'm
have to
thinking
be
there's
that
always a
way?
way.
Right?
So when I looked at these things, and I had spent probably maybe like 2-3 weeks, and I had been spending time, and it's not even just it's before the hackathon because I kept seeing these people who were better than me, and I was like, damn, I need to get there. I kept doing all these things. You know, it was probably immediately after the first week that I started doing this, which was so stupid because the first week was the most exemplary action of the most authentic self that I could have been. That was the most authentic self I had been this entire year and hasn't changed. That is the only period that I've been truly authentic. And it's because I started surrounding myself with people. And you know, like you see this, and there's a lot of competition, and there's a lot of people who, you know, talk about grades or whatever. You're like, damn, I need to be smarter than them. I need to be as good as them. I need to beat them in this and whatever. And then
That's just academics.
you end up, especially if you can't manage your time, you end up delegating your time in a very weird way, to which, if you actually break it down on a very principled level, you'd see this is how much I'm doing on real shit. This is how much I'm doing on zero sum games. And it tends to overlap and stretch and push out what you're actually doing. And that was the reality for me. And when I sat last night, that feeling hit me like a wave because I was watching this beautiful video about a guy who also was finding purpose. It's Xerbia, super amazing writer. I love his stuff. But he was just basically telling a story where he went He went to New Zealand. He's an English guy. He thought, okay, I don't know how to write. Something's wrong with me. These people are so much better than me, which is literally what he said. Let me just go to New Zealand and hike for a while. He lived in the woods and he just thought for like a year. He did nothing. He was like, damn, nothing happened. He came back to England. He was like, what? That was useless. No shit, it was useless. Then he thought, okay, shit. Well, I still can't write, so let me do the Appalachian Trail, which is like a huge hiking journey to take. It's literally going from like a small like track and field race to like the Tour de France. Crazy difference. That's how it is. It's literally that's what the Appalachian Trail is for hiking. So this guy decided to embark on the Appalachian Trail, spent all the rest of his money that he had left, went to America, and then walked on this trail for like a couple weeks, I think. It was a long time. He was camping doing that. And he said he was lovely, he's beautiful. Of course it is. But at the end of the day, he came back and he was like, I wasted my time. And he said the reason why is, and he had all these philosophical metaphors, but the premise was he never actually did anything towards what he actually was supposed to be doing, which was writing. And that's literally what he said. But he also said everything that he was looking for was still in the place he was. And this also has something to do with what I was thinking before. And this, I've told you this before, which is that regardless of your location where you are, I think if you can't set the environment to be aligned with yourself, no matter where you are, then you won't be able to do it elsewhere. That's what I was trying to, and it's the reason why I say it to you is because I'm trying to make sure of that myself. But for him, he said, all my friends are here, all my family's here, my entire life is here. Everything that I've set and put in place into motion has been here. All the systems I put in place were here, and it was silly of me to, and this is where I got the quote from, that somewhere along the line I had forgotten how to play. He'd forgotten how to play with the writing. He'd forgotten how to play with his life. He'd forgotten how to do all of the things that made it enjoyable. And as a result, through the competition, through comparison, through illogical standards, he ended up wasting probably like dozens of years of his life doing nothing. And that should scare you. He spent, I think, a decade like not doing anything. That should terrify you. Being in a position where you're playing zero-sum games consistently can thwart off 10 years of your life just because you are playing silly meanderings that have nothing to do with your actual goal. That's what misalignment can do to you. And if you continue to have this prospect that if X changes, this will be better, then you will never get to that point. And that's the point I was trying to make to you and myself when I told you that. And when we set out these goals, like you could honestly go back. And I think I said this word for word. Hold on, Andrew. I know you want to go to LA. That's super good. But make sure that you understand that if you can't make the environment you want where you are right now, you won't be able to make it in LA. I think I said exactly that to you. And what I meant by that was if you can't align yourself, then you're probably not going to be able to do so well regardless, even if there's a lot of people. Because if you want to excel, aligning yourself is the status quo. Like you should, like everybody understands this. It's the status quo to be able to do something in accordance with your goals. So if you can't do that, it's a natural progression. So when I was thinking about this and it hit me like a Mack truck when he said those lines, I was thinking, oh my God, what the fuck did I miss? Like what changed? And I looked back and I went all the way back to like my earliest notes and I kept reading what I was saying. And as I said before, like concurrent themes were prevalent. And that theme was there is a growing wealth disparity in this world. The AI is going to be the biggest game changer. And after that point, there will be no other opportunity to create generational wealth. Once that capital has been instated, capitalism in its current form will have essentially rendered itself obsolete. And what I mean by that is far more nuanced. But like I think we can agree that the AI will set a certain standard and it will at some point be so far beyond what any one person's able to do that they will be incapable of making any change towards their circumstances. They will be unable to align, or
Why
they're
does that matter to you?
because I want to be on the other side of the wave. That's literally it. That's the alignment.
Well then, well, hold on then. What? But then I should be doing what you're doing.
No. That's the issue, right? Because you're too focused on my reasoning, my logic. I could be entirely wrong. There's good arguments to put against
Well,
it.
it sounds legit.
It
can
sounds
still be
legit in my
countered.
mind because of my personal experiences.
No, but the thing is, something's correct. The
And
point,
something
right?
is correct in your
No, but
approach
it's
as
interesting.
well.
But
What's
it's interesting.
incorrect in your approach as well? To what approaches that you already have made right now? To what you've already done right now? What's incorrect about that? Because it was strong enough of a pull for someone like me to have enough of conviction to make those arguments in the first place to think maybe I should be doing what he's doing. So
But the point is, our goal
logic.
is the same. Our goal. I'm saying quotation marks for me. Like our goal is the same.
But is
What?
it though? Is it though? Because we've debated this.
You're
Like my
talking
board.
about AI. You're talking about AI as just a proxy for getting generational wealth.
But that's not why I'm doing it.
So why are you doing it?
It's an existential thing. I don't I explained this before. I don't want to die. I want to live forever. I want to be on the other side of the curve.
That's
I don't want to
ambitious.
be I don't
The
want to
other
be
side
living
of
this
what curve?
the wealth disparity gap. When AI is created, this is from a great snippet. I wrote this because I wanted to remember to mention it. Team Omega. So it's actually it's a fictitious thing, and it's so eerie how it got word for word. And I read this book, Life 3.0, like back in July. I read this book back in July, a long time ago. And this is in the preamble, and it's playing out like so closely to what's going on right now. So basically, it was basically just lining out exactly like it was telling a story about this team Omega who made the first general intelligence that could make itself and grow itself. It could amplify itself, whatever. They went through the bouts, but they quickly started to find ways how to make money. So they first, they did generational AI, which super ahead of its time. Shout out to the guy who wrote Life 3.0 because I mean, now we're in the stage of generative AI. But first they made generative AI to make a lot of money. Then they did AI in the stock market because they thought it'd be more redeemable. Then they made generative movies, human experiences. They optimized like a bunch of selling services. They made products. Then they had the AI make new companies because the AI was able to do that. Then they made AI-based companies. Then they had fully autonomous, crazy startups evaluated at billion-dollar companies. And they pretended like someone was running it, but it was just their AI, Prometheus. And then Prometheus continued to teach itself until the point where these people came out and said, "Oh, this is Prometheus, whatever." But what they outlined was that this AI company became the monopoly of essentially the entire world. It was the singularity outlined in all of its form, where it was in control of pretty much every big system and etc. And what we see right now is that all these companies are grasping at that. And this is why I want to talk about it, because that fear, that very fear, that feeling of, oh shit, it's going down right now, is what drove me in the first place to embark on my quest of AI. That happened in July. Now we see it in February, and it's pretty far ahead along that line. I think the timeline is still a bit skewed, but I still think my timeline for 7 years is a pretty good timeline to say, holy shit, this is how much time I have to actually be a player in the game. And that fear was reminded to me last night when I was going through all the things that I was doing. And then on Twitter, I went back and like I was just scrolling, and I think Sam Altman tweeted something about like he tweeted something and he said like the next Moore's law will be intelligence will um double every 18 months by like billions of parameters or whatever. And I was thinking like, oh, that's kind of funny coming from OpenAI, the CEO of OpenAI. And then the comments kept saying like they kept talking about like alignment. And then like someone named Elizer, like EY as they call it, he always talks about doomsday alignment. And they basically said like if like one of the tweets where everybody's talking about alignment, but nobody is saying exactly how we should align themselves. Just like how an ant recognizes that a human is a super intelligence and it pretty much ignores it and doesn't do anything. And same thing, vice versa with the human. How would we be able to converse with a super intelligence greater than us? It would be incomprehensible to us. And even still, even if we could align it, by whose means will we align it to? And that made me realize two things. For one, someone is going to try to align it with their own incentives, and that's going to be a crazy thing. I want to be on top of that, to be honest.
But why? But why? Like, just like, let's get back to it later. As in, why?
Yeah. And then secondly, and then the second way is that well, so yeah, firstly, it made me realize two things, that someone would have to align it with their own incentives, and two, it's crazy to think that we would have to align it with itself at all. It also made me realize that this problem transcends pretty much everything that we understand. And realizing that brought me back down a peg, like the Dunning-Kruger effect, where I was like, oh shit, I don't know anything. Nobody knows anything. And it's super funny that we pretend that we do. And that brought back the excitement because I had the fear again. The fear is what made me act on this in the first place. I was like, oh shit. This is gonna be real. This is already real. OpenAI is doing this. Google is doing this. Everybody's gonna get on top of it. And instead of one company, it's all these companies whom all collect mass amounts of data and are all gonna hop on this. My idea to make algo is literally just to break into this. It's just to get in here so I can play a part in this, play a role, or at least try to conduct it myself. And so, realizing this, I remembered exactly what I needed to do, which was read more research papers, get on top of your shit, and build more like ML stuff. That's pretty much it. Like I just reminded myself exactly what I was supposed to be doing. And before, when I had been focused on like establishing like crazy grades, like studying the X amount of hours per week for numbers that I don't even fucking care about, spending so much time for a bunch of shit that really doesn't matter to me, it's crazy that you could get so misaligned in so very few steps. So, like, I mean, for me, this idea that we have so little time to chase this wealth disparity, we have so little time to catch up with that 1%. Why are we wasting it trying to play other people's games when they themselves aren't even rich yet? So, when it comes to you, man, and I don't know, like, if you're looking at somebody else or other people in startups or whatever.
Looking at Andrew Tate.
Yo, I'm looking at myself, but I just don't understand. Just to be clear.
I don't think you are just looking at yourself. Because if you were just looking at yourself, then it would be a lot easier for you to act. You would be more decisive. As in, you'd understand exactly what you're trying to do. And you would find for yourself first principles as what the next best course is. Now, you told me that you hate coding, so I don't see why the hell you would want to do an AI startup. Because you hate that shit. And I love that shit. I would do that for 14 hours a day. And in fact, I just did it before this pod. And my back hurts.
14
I was
hours.
sick. Yeah, bro. Since I woke up, bro, I've been grinding. Like, that's
Damn.
just how it is. So, like, and I enjoy that shit. If you say you hate that, then going for a tech startup is not the place where you should be. But
I mean, if that is the only way to escape poverty,
but that's wrong. That's the thing. That's what
you said that
that's
it
what
is?
I think. It's not. That's the fallacy. It's not. In my head, it is the only way. But you could probably make a lot more money right now making social media products, and you'll still be ahead of the curve. Or doing like social media managing, or selling other people's products, or making a bunch of boring businesses, or changing like even being a software company purely, not even an AI company. You could still outmatch half of these institutions that are already going without.
Yeah,
It is not the only
I
thing
feel
in
like
high
that's
demand.
and
There's still
this
plenty of
is
other
it occurred to
things
me that this the
that
problem
figures
of our
suit.
generation is I feel like because Steve Jobs said when you like that when you grow up you feel like you're taught that things are in place and you should just go through life and not try to change them, but the reality is that you can change them And I feel like maybe, or at least it's just for me, our generation is not on that shit. We actually have been fed that so much that we know everything is in our own hands. And it's just like, we're just like, well,
We're comfortable.
what do I do?
We talked about this. We talked about this, like last pod. We're comfortable.
Yeah.
That's it.
We're
We're
not
not dying.
comfortable.
So we're not gonna find a way to succeed. What I realize is that we are dying. We're just dying very slowly.
I
So-
don't get how you keep referring it to yourself, though.
because that's my conclusion. I could be very wrong.
It's not your truth. Like,
That's not what I'm saying.
I can
I'm
see where
saying-
he's coming from, but I don't think that way.
Exactly. See, Hadi comes to his own conclusion. Like, how are you gonna do that?
no, come on.
I mean, sure, you could
that's
say that.
such
You could say
BS.
that. You could say that Google and all of them came to the same conclusion as I did, just 6 months behind, which is
It's not even about that. No, okay, let's just base it at this fact. You are literally saying that I am right only for myself. Like, this isn't one of those subjects. Like, this
That's
isn't
not what I'm
religion.
saying. What I'm saying is that what I'm saying is that I am having. You're right. A religion is a good way to put it because I'm having absolute faith and certainty into that my survival will be ensured by doing this. From my conclusions, from what I'm deduced.
But there's plenty of ways to ensure your survival, guys.
But it also aligns
you.
to exactly what I want to do inevitably, and that's what I'm saying. It's all aligned because because the end goal.
So it's not the point then.
It is the point though, because the end goal is to live forever, and I found a method of doing that. And the AI is gonna live forever, so I might as well get on that. It's aligned
Okay.
with everything I've already set out for myself, which was I'm terrified of death. I don't care to. What is it?
Bring him on. Bring him on.
Bad boy.
Bruh, this guy bought
Smell it.
like $400 perfume.
It's
Bro.
not $400. Give it a smell though.
Can we do
Bring
it?
him on, bring him on.
What is it? Jeremy fragrance right now?
Yeah, do a Jeremy fragrance right now.
Yo, that actually smells good.
Yeah.
I smell all the alcohol though.
I can smell it through
It's
the
a
speaker.
nice
Air it out. Air it out. It's earthy. It's supposed to be earthy wood tones.
I can smell
it
it
smells
through
like mango to me.
through my headphones.
You know what? Give it to you.
I fucking inhaled
Got too much.
inhaled all of that shit. But anyways, as I was saying, from the very beginning, I identified exactly what I cared about, which is why I asked you, what do you value? Because me, I've always valued making sure that I don't die. Like that has been the
Yeah, I can reference that. Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
So with that, it's like, how do I accomplish that? Well, I could, and that was always the motive. Like I was like, okay, let me be a doctor so I can go into biotech so I can like prolong aging. I was into genetics and all that
Yeah.
shit.
Okay.
And then I was
And
like,
then you
oh, that's
backed
too
out.
slow. I backed out because it was too slow. I was like, that's too slow.
Fair
What
enough.
else can I do?
Fair enough.
Okay. How about AI?
Oh shit.
Okay, let's look into that. I looked into that. I was like, oh shit, there's a lot here. Let me keep looking. And the more I looked, the more I was like, this is so doable. What the fuck? I mean, that's probably wrong, but I thought it was pretty doable. Like I was like, this can't be too hard, right? Like it's just like putting codes together. And the thing is, the reason I say that is because the possibility for it to exist, or actually the things in place for something like that to exist, already exists in my belief. As in, like, I have faith in that the computers, it doesn't matter like what computers they make or invent in the future, all the building blocks for it to exist are ready to put them together right now. That's why I went into it, because I'm like, it's probably way faster.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
TPUs exist. Fucking like TPUs exist. We have a bunch of computers coding. It's just literally just putting the pieces together. I don't even need to find it. That's kind of wrong.
Yeah.
But when it comes to biology,
Okay.
I was thinking, okay, well, I have to discover like some crazy understanding of the human genome.
Yeah.
And like I have to find shit. That's probably a lot harder. When it comes to, so I literally just chose like the easiest route in my mind to
Yeah.
become as immortal as I have. And inevitably, going about that path, you realize, I guess it's not a coincidence, because it just ends up being that by the nature of competition and the nature of capitalism, that becoming a very wealthy and status individual probably proclivates that you can establish yourself as an immortal in that coming time. So then it just happened so that I got into startup and business and whatever. For you, what you've told me you value, well, let's say it's just pure plain freedom. You don't even care about immortality. Then you should be doing things that align yourself with that. And that's why I had to come back on some of the things I said before, where it's like where you said, "Oh, I need to drop out." I've actually low key considered not doing that because I'm actually having a lot of success in my institution with all this AI. And actually it's been a valuable asset for me to say that I go to university. Not actually being in university, but it has been a valuable asset to say I go into
I
university
can imagine. Yeah.
because it's
In
an
your
academic,
industry.
it's a research field industry. So
Yeah.
like I was actually like made confused by looking at you and thinking that's a desirable life, but it's not for my case because I actually need to play the game longer. So if you just want freedom,
I'm not
then
enjoying
you should
myself.
do things. What?
I'm not enjoying myself by any means.
So you should be looking for that. You should be looking for ways to do that. $10,000 would
Look
have
for
helped
ways
you.
to enjoy
$1,000 would have helped you.
anything.
Starting exactly anything. So what I leave you to this, and I wanted to go way more in depth about AGI, but maybe we can talk
Oh
about
boy.
that in a bit. But I really want you to know with all the things that I've just said, like try to think exactly what do you truly value? What are you trying to get at? What's the end goal? What's the sustainable system that you're trying to put in place? What is it?
I've always deluded myself into
Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut
trying
up,
to
shut up.
achieve a
Shut up, shut up,
utopia.
shut up, shut up. Oh, are you okay, okay. I thought you were saying you were
Trying to.
This is why I let people talk.
What did you think I was gonna say?
I thought you were gonna say I've always deluded myself into thinking that I couldn't do it. I thought you were gonna make a reason why you couldn't give me an answer. That's what I thought you were gonna say.
No. I
That's why
said
you hear people out first, John.
A
okay.
utopia, you
No,
said.
I'm just saying that I seem to be coming. Maybe I'm once again like as I was maybe a few years ago, just in kind of a new weird, more mature approach, mature twist on trying to get to a
Is
utopia
that is
where
that
no problems exist for me, and it's fake
ah? That's what you should
the
focus on.
unreachable. Well, actually, it
Not
is
the
the unreachable.
utopia.
Well, because
Not the
what
utopia.
what
Don't don't confuse what you actually want with some big grandeur idea that sounds sexy to the eye. The idea that I have, which is not sexy, is that I want to live forever. I do not want to die. That is not sexy. That's a very selfish and vulnerable thing for me to say. I want to do everything I can so that I don't die. Not you, not him, nobody, just me.
Okay, hold on, I'm confused.
When you say you want utopia,
This is gonna age well.
don't say like specifically what is it? What is it? Because and this is why I'm like I have such bad problems with ego because this is literally my entire basis of my life
Me
purpose
too.
is to maintain my ego. So or not even the ego, just myself, just to experience it. Just experience more shit. So when you say utopia, are you don't convince yourself with the connotation of what a utopia has. Be very aware exactly what you're
Well,
saying.
that's why I said utopia. Okay, you know what? It's funny because you said don't tell me you don't know, and I basically told you I don't know.
It's because like I'm just making sure you could say utopia, maybe that's exactly what you meant, but I'm trying to make sure that
But it's not a real thing. So, John, you're right. I don't know, and I'm probably gonna think about it at the end of the year
okay, and that's fine. That's fine. You
because
don't have to know.
because well, yeah, it is what it is.
And that's okay. You don't need to know.
I'm confused as fuck, man. Like,
Okay.
genuinely, I don't think I can, because I meditated before this. Generally, I don't think I can go again and snap into it. Bro, like I'm fucked, bro. I'm telling you.
You're not fucked, bro. You're in a better
You're good.
position than I am.
You're good.
And that's what you should realize.
What does that
You're-
even
you're-
mean?
You're in a
You're
better
looking down
chess
on
position than
yourself.
I am. You have a steady flow of income waiting to happen.
And yet,
You're not. You
my
might not be
mind will
making
sit
10K.
there and not. Dude, my mind fucks me, man. I overthink shit. Like I'm overthinking everything.
Bro, maybe I just need to
All you
see.
think-
Maybe I just need to see like your. Maybe you need to just show me what's going on with Sammy's posters. Show me like the inner workings.
What do you mean?
I won't ask for equity. I just want to see so I can get an understanding. Because
You
maybe
know everything that's happening, bro. You know everything that's happening.
maybe I'm an idiot though. Maybe I don't have the full picture. Because from what I'm thinking is like if it was me, I would have made all the money. And I would have grinded.
I feel like you would have too.
Why is that the case? Why do I feel that way? Because I think you're way more capable of me to make that money because I think you have more knowledge about it than I do. So
That's true.
why would I think that I would be able to do it? Why would I have that idea?
I don't know. Maybe you just want money more than me. Well, it's probably the case. Probably why.
That kind of
What do you
contradicts
think?
you, Andrew.
Yeah, Hadi's right, bro. Like, what do you mean?
Contradict anything. It doesn't contradict anything.
It does because you're saying you
'Cause
want to be free.
Because you had
You want
set
to
these
be
high goals
unreliant
of
of the system.
income as
I'm not
well.
criticizing you. I'm trying to get you like more clear-headed because I've been in the position where you have been, and I've asked questions like that before, and I kind of understand. I kind of understand exactly what you're trying to tell me, and what I'm trying to get you to infer on your own is A, that you're not thinking clearly, and I think you're partially detached in this conversation. Two,
What do you mean?
I think you're trying to find an answer right now, and you shouldn't be finding an answer right now.
Yeah.
I'm trying to correct your thinking though. I'm trying to
Okay.
question your thinking. I'm trying to make you more self-aware. I never expected you to figure out any answers to anything I've said, but I wanted you to at least have a framework as to why you should what kind of questions you should ask yourself. So what I want to leave you with is that if you keep trying to do things that lead you in a good position, inevitably you will be at a better position to decide what you actually want to do. That is the case for literally everything in life. If you put yourself in a better position, you will want to do that. So try to frame your thoughts and the way you manage your time into thinking, well, what is the best use case for my time right now? And don't rationalize it. Don't try to put any emotion into it. Whatever comes up, think about it and be like, okay, and trust yourself and go into that. If you think and you're sitting there at your desk and you're writing an email and you think, should I say yes or no to pay this $1,000 fee? If you think about it, maybe you were right not to make that money. But then you have to have the alternative. What are you going to do with the time you would have spent doing exactly that? And then follow your logic there. I think you can trust your conclusion.
Yo, let me give you this example. All right. Probably like 40, 30 days ago, maximum, I actually had like a guy tell me, yes, sell my poster, which they basically posted. They posted a graphic art that they made on a like Reddit stream for like, it's just like a fan stream for like an artist, right? And then I said in the comments, can I sell this on my store? I'll give you commission. So they knew exactly what it was. And they said, yeah, I'm down for that. And then I hit him up and said, I don't have the systems in place, but I will talk to you when I do. All right. So my thing at first was right away, my thing was like, oh, I need to do, I don't know why my head went here. Well, I partly do, but my thing at first was, oh, I need to do like a collection of this artist because I have none of them, and thus I can't like niche market it. So what is just doing one gonna do at all? So it's like, why would I do that? So then I was like, oh well, I need to do 30, which will like take me like a week or more to like collect. And then I'm like, oh, well, I need a system to process the transactions, which at first I was like looking for like some automated system. Then I'm like, wait a minute, I can just do this on Excel and do them on PayPal. Anyways, here I am now, having basically lost this connection, and I'm building an app to do that automated.
So the first thing I have to tell you is that maybe this is why you've been so confused in making your decisions and you've been indecisive. You literally said this to me. Take your own advice, in that when people do marketing, they just change the variables. They don't try to play any theory games, because that's for theorists. Businessmen
Yeah.
make real experiments, real-time variable changes. So you should have just tried something, is what I'm saying. You didn't have to make all those collections. And as you said,
You're
you're
right.
like, I don't know why your mind went there. I agree. I mean, you could have not even printed any posters, and you could have just put them on a computer screen. Like, you could be like, you could print this. But regardless, like you gotta ask
No,
yourself.
let me give you an even better example. Sorry, what were we gonna say?
You gotta
I
ask
cut you
yourself.
off on your
Okay.
answer to my
So,
question.
like, even with that, like was that what was that? Was that like changing your decision whether or not to actually continue the business? Like, it's okay for you, for one, not to be able to have anything to show for with those systems. And then even more so, it's equally fine for you to decide not to show his posters, or if you just couldn't show his posters at your first live event. If that's what was changing your opinion, whatever. But when you make those decisions, right? It's like factor in, like, what's the cost benefit of doing this? What's the cost benefit of doing anything? What is this value? This is providing value for your time. You're making an app to do those things. Okay, sure. But if your goal is to make money, your goal is to make better systems, for one, you could have easily, I think the in-person sale easily could have set you up to have a better position to make your startup. So
Yeah.
if you were thinking, okay, what am I going to spend this week on? You're going to spend this week probably learning how to build the app. And frankly, that's time you could have just spent next week doing, and you'd probably be in an equal position 4 months from now if you consistently worked on the app. You would just be maybe a week behind. On the contrary, if you had done the week for the in-person sale, you would not only be 1 week behind, but also $10,000 ahead. And so the cost benefit analysis to me there would think it's probably good for me to do that. That's the kind of framework I would be thinking. That's literally what I would think. I'd be like, okay, I could spend a bunch of time right now. And that's why I've been gotten behind, right? Because it's like, I could spend all my time building algo right now, or I could set up some skills for whatever. And that's where I've had that indecisiveness, because it's like, I could spend all my time building algo right now, but maybe I need to learn how to do naive Bayes classifiers. Maybe I need to learn probability and statistics. Maybe I need to learn how Y Combinator did their businesses. No, don't do any of that. Build algo. Why haven't you done that yet? That's literally what I was thinking. I was like, what the fuck? What?
Be doing,
Oh my
buddy?
god. All these things I could learn when I need to, but despite, like, being okay, like, I could have learned X amount of probability and statistics. Sure, whatever. Or I could have done that later and then also had algo ready in 6 months. Maybe I could have had algo ready today. I could have. And that's the thing. I could have. And that's why I'm so pissed. Because if I started when I said I would start in January, instead of getting sidetracked by all these side quests, I would have had it ready by now. I would have had a research paper ready by now. That's how easy it is if you just focus on one thing. So if you were focused on money, you focus on building these things, and you would realize how these things conjoin with each other, and how $10,000 with your posters business is still aligned with your poster startup that you're trying to make. That $10,000 would have come a lot of handy. And if you started when you said you would, maybe if you did in-person sales in January, you would also be even more money ahead, and you'd probably come to better conclusions on how to make a better startup, because you would have more business experience with selling the posters and how to do those posters. So, and the thing is, like, I feel like these are things you already know. I don't think this is anything crazy to tell you.
But it's good to have a reminder either way, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I know so much, but I just don't act on it because
It's an emotional thing.
I have no wills. No,
I
I'm
don't think it's a
comfortable.
will.
I'm
I think
comfortable. I'm comfortable.
yes, it's an emotional thing. So try to look past
What do you
that.
mean? It's not. Is that's a matter of will, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, it's an emotional thing.
Yo, I might have to pivot. I say I might have to pivot to something that's not money based, but I
Then do it. Make it the right
at the same
decision.
time at the same time I can't. I probably won't be able to get behind something else either. So
If you pivot, whatever you pivot,
or
whatever you
knowledge. I've
decide,
been into knowledge for a while. Clearly,
whatever you decide to do, make sure that you took the time to make that decision rationally, unbiased, unemotionally. You know what? This is something, it's crazy. Man, I'm just so wise. But I'm also such an. I think I predicted this. I remember this day. I was walking and I think I was complaining about something and I was pissed. And you said to me, you were like, dude, just stop being emotional, man. And you said,
Hide
the
all
more
your
emotional,
emotions and
the
sink
more
it in.
emotional you are towards whatever you talk about in life, how you feel, the more emotional you will be in your decisions. And the immediate reaction I had to this was, he's probably right. But I also thought, what I thought was that I think you are having the same issue at that moment. As in, like, I thought when you told me that, not to be emotional, I had thought you were just better at hiding that you were emotional and that you had the same thought. And that's why you were telling me not to be emotional. And I think this shines in right now. And maybe that's at a hindrance to you. Now, I don't know if this is true, but this is just a theory. If you are very emotional inside, I don't think you are. Maybe you're just good at hiding it. But maybe you're hiding it equally to yourself, and you should be very confrontational with those emotions. Because while I was super emotional back then, I was very confrontational towards them and have become thus far a lot less emotional in everything I do. And that's because of what
how
you
would
has
I find how do I find the emotions?
I don't know, ask yourself the questions. Is this a very rational thing to do? Or is this based on emotion? If your reasoning is I don't feel like it or has anything to do with this doesn't really feel like it, something like if it's on feelings,
It doesn't align with some sort of identity.
and that's a feeling. That's a feeling.
Yeah,
If you say things
yeah,
like that are subjective, then it is irrational. It is emotional.
yeah. It's irrational.
And irrational is not necessarily bad, but if you ever say something like it's and that's what it means, a feeling. If you say, "Oh, this is not with an identity," well, you can't define what an identity is, what your identity
It's
is. So
okay, it's emotional, yeah, it's rational.
anything that's subjective is emotional. Anything that you
Yeah.
conclude that is based on something that's not tangible, then it is emotional. And notice all the conclusions that I derived when talking about what I actually wanted to do was very pragmatic, but it had everything to do with something that was emotional, which is very interesting because the emotion was I don't want to die, but that's a very binary thing, alive or dead. How do I do that? I catch the wave, I try to hold on, and I don't look back. And then it's like okay, go into AI, try to establish yourself and get credibility and get influence. Try to make sure that you capture that wealth disparity and you get on the other side of the wall before it all closes up, before all the doors close, and then just work hard until you get there. Those are all like that has nothing to do with even identity. In fact, I entirely molded my identity to form into whatever person it needed to be for me to get to that point. I'm now apparently a programmer, a coder. Before I was a medicine guy. Like what the fuck? People still came up to me to this day. Like someone who I haven't spoken to like oh I forgot who it was. I think it was Luca. But someone told me they were like, "Oh yeah, so how's your medicine doing?" I'm like, "Oh, that's long gone."
Yo,
And
it's crazy how I feel like I low key there must have I don't know, I guess I talked to you too much that I probably just completely forgot it. Like I feel like okay, I feel like I never really put that label on you, but I guess there was a time there must have been.
mm,
Honestly, I feel like I'm just so in my world that relative to other people that like where other people like medicine is like a big thing because like Like especially where we come from, like it's
Same
it's
here,
like a
bro.
big thing.
Same
Like
here.
I'm so in my like it's a big thing, not necessarily for them, but like it's like it's the career that
Yeah.
winners take. Whereas I was so in my world that I never even yeah.
No,
But
you're right. You're right.
I wanted to say that well actually I forgot what I wanted to say, but yeah, never mind. Just keep saying it, I'll remember.
Bro, I was just
Wha-
it's just crazy that someone came up to me and said like,
Oh,
"Oh, I
sorry,
thought
I
you
was
were
gonna
doing
say that I was the thing I was about to say that it's crazy how I became so emotional. So sorry, I've always been emotional as fuck. It's crazy how my actions are so driven out of emotion now, whereas there might have been a time where I was super pragmatic.
Which is insane to me because you always came off as the most rational person I've ever met. And that rationality inspired me to be
Yeah,
rational. And now I'm rational.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
crazy
And
for you to say. And I don't believe it.
but the thing is, but the thing is, but the thing is, it, I said that don't you remember me saying I swung and like I'm trying to and like I'm swinging back, but clearly I haven't swung back to the rational side. But anyways, none of that
Yeah.
shit matters anyways. I don't know why the fuck I just said that. That was fucking stupid of me to say. Like
No. I don't think it's stupid to say because I've had those times where I like, you know, I've gone to a very like a period where I was thinking very emotionally. And that honestly, every time I've done that, it has always been a bad idea. Like every
well,
single
yeah,
time. So it's not stupid to say because you make dumb decisions when you're emotional. Like it's not your fault. Like, well, I mean, whatever, however accountable you want to be,
anyways,
but regardless,
yeah,
like, and that's why I tell you, I don't let my emotions affect my actions because, and maybe that's why maybe
but you
that's
do let
why,
your emotions affect your action on some level because
of
at some
course, at
point you
some
had to
level, of
decide.
course. But it's that game you have to play, right? Because at some point there's a gray line where it's like, is this rational or is this emotional? As in where I thought that playing all these zero-sum games would give me more status, which it does in the short term, and that's a pragmatic thing to think that doing all these projects may grant me more things. But it's just the fact that the emotion behind it was that I felt like I wasn't good enough and I was searching for that. That's where it was wrong.
Yo,
So
I half-ass everything because I'm always concerned about that delay of like, oh well, now I have to think later about whether this aligns with my emotions rather than instantaneously. Like as in if I go full into something, yeah, that's just indecisiveness. Like I always half-ass shit.
is it half-assed in the sense that you don't put enough effort or you're in one foot in somewhere and one foot in the other one, the other decision? Like
Yo,
you're standing on the other side of the fence while also putting your head through the wall.
no, like I'm constantly on the path. I'm constantly on that kind of path towards being 100%. It's more a matter of like effort. It's like a velocity. Like this occurred to me a few days ago when I was thinking about breakdance for the first time in a while. And and do you know how when dancers go in, they'll like groove a little bit to like catch the beat?
Yeah.
Like that's what I like that's and I realized that's so dumb because you should be going right in, right? And the thing is that's what I'm doing. That's funny, right? That's funny, right? But the thing is I realized that I feel
I
like
didn't expect you to say that though.
I feel well cuz bro, crazy shit like the other day right when I was at my house for the first time in a while I was thinking about breakdancing and I was watching like old videos of me breakdancing like a while back. And I was like, damn, like I was really about that. Like when I was like 12, 13, 14, like I was so about that. And like my first ever like dance battles, like I would always just go in. And then more and more I grew into that kind of now I say
Mm.
it's like a hasted habit. I don't know, maybe it's not. Of like dancers will like groove into it and sort of try to catch a vibe. It's like you're not catching shit, dog. You're catching an L. You're gonna lose.
Yo,
So, and it's like the same thing, and it's so fucking analogous. It's like the same thing. Like everything I do, I just like groove into it, and it's like I'm always
That's a good
like
reference.
almost like hopping on that kind of full in wave, but it's like it's not happening.
So you
It's
identify
not
the
meant to
problem,
be.
and I think you know the solution equally. Like,
I don't. Well, the solution is to be decisive, but I can't be decisive because then I forgo all these other options, and I'm scared. And
if you don't know what decision to make, just make a decision. If the issue is that you don't know, you don't have the framework in your mind in place to make a decision, then the best course of action is to just make enough decisions where you know which decision is wrong. So if you just start making decisions, then you'll know which decisions actually benefited you in the long run. Maybe 20, like hindsight's 2020, you'll see that the decision not to do the posters was a good idea. Starting your startup may be a genius idea. Maybe that was the game changer for you. Whatever it may be, as Dushan has prolifically said to me many times, make sure, whatever decision it is, make sure
it's
that
the
you make
right
it.
decision. Make it the right decision. Yes, sir.
So on that,
You just
I
said that
think
to me a few hours ago.
he's a G, bro. You know what I realized? I always get so impressed by people who like every wise person. And then I realize that people just say the same things and then just keep working. And that's pretty much what I'm trying to tell you just now, which is like they have frameworks in the head that they know exactly what to say or what actually works and what people need to hear on average. So, if you do more things, do more decisions, you'll realize on average what the best decision will be. I think I've just made a lot of decisions and I've pivoted a lot of my life trying to see what works and what doesn't. Like I've tried to. I mean, you have as well. So, like I expect you to be fine with this. I expect you to be literally on Monday, maybe Tuesday. Like it's gonna click on you, and you're gonna be like completely fine. This is my theory. I think by the end of the week, by Wednesday, you're gonna call me. You're gonna be like, "Yeah, shit just went so good. Something good's gonna happen to you, bro. I'm manifesting it for you." But I think like something's gonna hit you. You'd be like, "Yo, I don't know what I was saying last week, but I'm good." And I'd be like, "Yeah."
Yeah, that was the bullshit, bro. I don't know
Just
what
be
I was on.
optimistic.
I was tripping,
Thing is,
bro.
that's happened to me too, bro. Like I would say some shit. I'd be like, "Bruh."
It's crazy because every single time, it's crazy
Happens
because
to me
every
too.
single time I come back to university, I have a mental breakdown, right? And that was just happening like
Dang.
before this call. And by the way, bro, after that I was meditating and yo, I was actually you don't understand, bro. I was levitating, bro. That was some fucked up ass shit. Like my body was like getting stretched out, dude. You don't get it, dog. No, Jeremy, you don't
You
understand, bro.
definitely would not get it.
So
I
where
was
was the wisdom,
meditating,
bro? What
huh?
happened? Where was the wisdom?
Dude, I didn't get any wisdom. I was just trying to calm the fuck down, and I was like, "Shit, no," because like when I started, I'm like, "Yo, there's no way I'm gonna get anything out of this good out of this session," because like I'm not about to stop thinking about what I'm thinking about, right? And then I'm just doing it, but I'm there for like 20
This
minutes, so
is
it's all
just
good,
not a
right?
real
And
person.
then unexpectedly,
Chat.
bro, my body starts like
Is
at
this
first, bro,
really
my
a
body
real
was
person right
I don't
there?
know why, bro, it just happened. I was just
Popcorn.
getting squished at first.
Is this really a
I
real
was like, what the
person?
fuck? This is funny. And then just out of nowhere, my body was like
Whoa.
stretching itself out. Anyways, I know
That's not a real
it,
person.
it makes no sense when I say it, but
Nah,
I'm
I
just
feel you,
saying.
bro.
I'm just saying that happened, bro. I'm just saying that
This
happened.
guy's just tripping balls, man. The
I'm
fuck?
just saying that I was tripping, bro.
Yeah, bro. Nah. Like
Trip on
I've
these
had moments as
nuts.
well. Like I literally so many times where we've spoken and I've had
Yeah.
an issue, and then you tell me something, and I'd be like, I don't even get what he's saying. Middle of the week, something would hit me, I'd be like, I'm such an idiot. And then I'd call you, I'd be like, bro, I was such an idiot. I think that happened literally two
Idiot.
pods ago. Literally 2 pods ago, I called you in the middle of the week. I'm like, I'm such an idiot. And lo and behold, it worked out well. So
Oh my god.
I want to get on this. I wanna now pick your brain and talk
Okay.
about this shit. Actually, first of all,
Mm.
let's talk about our actual goals. Let's just remind ourselves what happened this
Yes,
week.
yes.
For me, I didn't do shit. To be honest, my
Me
goals
neither.
were to
Yeah, I didn't
set
do
up
shit
a
either.
post. Yeah, my goal was to set up a post for Cognify. My goal was to start on Algo, and my goal was to finish every single thing that I needed to get accomplished in the next 4 weeks. I didn't
That
do
aged
a
well.
single thing. Nothing, nada. I got sick. That's not an excuse. Actually, one day would have been excused because I was actually dead for one day. Another day I spent the whole day with Cal. So I had 5 days to do shit. I spent like 2 of them in total of actually doing anything of substance. Saturday, which was yesterday, I was dead. It was Friday that I actually did quite a bit of work regards to my research project. That was the only thing I did. And then like tonight I was working on like I was doing some more research for that, and I was also finishing up another project. But everything else I did not do. I was super disappointed in myself. And which is good though, because I will not make this mistake this week, and this week is still a burner week for me. So I still have ample time to do everything I wanted to do that I did last week, and that's going to be my goal for this week, just to do everything that I didn't do last week. I'm just trying to get ahead of my classes so I have time to do the things I actually care about. So, what about you, Andrew? What were your goals?
Yeah, so my goals last week were to create a in-person poster sale. Weirdest bag fumble of my entire life. Yo, hopefully this will go down as the weirdest thing I've ever done.
Hopefully, it will go down as the best decision you made.
Not not the best
This is the
decision,
moment
but
of all time.
like the weirdest one, right?
Maybe.
I don't
maybe.
think it can be. It was probably the wrong decision. No, but I'm saying like you can just laugh about it and be like, haha, remember that dumbass? He was broke as fuck.
Yo, yeah, you're probably gonna say
Anyway,
it on a podcast one day, like, yo, there's one day where I could have made $10,000 and I literally just said no. You're gonna say that to like Lex Friedman, bro, or Joe Rogan. You'd be like, when I was young, I could have made
Joe,
$10,000.
Joe Rogan would just laugh his ass off like a high motherfucker.
No, deadass, you could be so top G when you say it too. You'd be like, I was so woke that like $10,000 meant nothing to me. I was just
Yeah,
rich.
that's basically what I'm saying now. But you guys are memeing me for it. I mean, fair enough. There's no money in my bank account, but anyways, guys.
So
So yeah, that didn't happen. I think I canceled it by like Wednesday. There, yeah. I recounted the finances. Yo, I was, yeah, it was fear mixed with poor planning. And yeah, I don't completely have the answers, and that kind of goes into my goal for this week. My first one, which will be done by tonight, which I'll get into. My other goals were to do all of my schoolwork. I didn't touch it until the second I got 1 hour within me. Actually, no, the minute I got on the train, I think within like half an hour, bro, I was completely locked into my schoolwork. And this is just such an interesting thing. Like, as I said, the routine of me going back to Kitchener is the exact same thing. I get super excited because for some reason in my head, I'm like, oh, I feel like I'm hopping on a plane to go to California. Like literally, I'll be on the train, right? And I see all the snow around me, and I'm like, oh, cool, we're driving away. And then like 4 hours later, I look around and I still see snow, and like I generally got so depressed because I'm like, yo, I fucking lied to myself, bro. Thing is, at the Ottawa train station, I knew that I was not going anywhere sunny, but I don't know what it was. There's something about traveling, it just puts you in your feels.
I love traveling.
So yeah, the second that I hopped on the train, like I was locked into the schoolwork again. It hit me. But while I was in Ottawa, basically what happened, it was just like a slow de-escalation. At first, I was locked. Then my dad was like, "Oh, like let's watch a movie, right?" And like obviously in my head, I'm like, "Well, I care about spending time with my family more than I care about money." So here I am. But one thing leads to another, and then even the times that aren't spent with family are spent like either with friends or just like sleeping. And
We spent a
so I
lot of
didn't do any
time together
schoolwork.
this week.
Yeah, we did. My last goal was
It was worth
to
though.
finish the app. Again, I didn't touch it. Um, that was like a fat L. Generally, this week was just a big fumble, and
it's crazy though
I,
that we fumbled
I
and it was the most free time we had.
well, that's part of why it was such a big fumble.
I
Like
think
what did we do instead, bro? Like I was like watching YouTube.
I slept till 12 every day,
Oh
basically.
yeah, same. I had good ass
Yeah.
sleep.
yeah.
For me though,
Yes.
I don't think that's an L, bro. I've had consistently like 3 to 4 hours of sleep every
You
night,
kind
and
of need to catch up on sleep.
yeah,
I
bro.
mean, I mean,
Slept
I mean,
14
I
hours.
also got I
Just
also
for
got
the sake of
sick.
yourself.
Look, I mean,
Why y'all getting sick, bro? What?
I don't know. I don't know what to say. Like, obviously, I'm still idling between goals, so I can't fully hold myself accountable because it just doesn't click in my brain. Like there feels like there's always room to fail. I'm
Don't
always
lie to yourself.
comfortable.
What are you talking about? Are you saying you don't have goals for next week? Don't lie to yourself. You have a goal.
Oh, for next week, yeah, but it's like I don't know, like I just push back deadlines. Like, okay, I'll go to AutoU next year. Fuck,
Do
I'll hate
not.
myself in the winter.
Do
It'll
not.
just continue
No.
over and over and over and
No.
over and over again.
What reason do you have to come to Ottawa, bro?
I'm just being real with myself, John. Like, I know how this shit works, bro. I've seen habits play out. I am a habit machine. Everything that I do just happens over and over and over and over again. I will be here in the winter next year, and I'll say, fuck, I'm such a dumbass.
What are you talking about? What the fuck are you gonna do here, bro?
Cry.
You're punishing yourself for shit that hasn't happened yet. You're not
Bro.
coming to Ottawa. Do not come
Ottawa's-
back. I will not speak to you on campus if you come here. You will be like, "Hey, John, how are you doing, man?" And I'll be like, and you'll be like, "Oh my God, why is he talking to me?" I'd be like, "I'm sorry, my friend is in Laurier right now. He's studying. He's grinding right now. Do not come back to Ottawa, bro. You will." If you think that you're indecisive and you hate yourself right now, you will hate yourself if you come back to Ottawa. Bro, I can't describe it to you, Andrew. I hate it here. I hate it here so much.
Really, it's that bad.
Ottawa's a good city.
Dude, it's so cold. Even minor changes degrees
It
are
is.
so bad.
No,
but
no,
it's
no, no.
also-
That's the thing.
but
It
it's
is
worse
warmer
than
here.
that. Reminding yourself every day that you are left behind. Everybody's out
Yeah.
doing their own shit is the worst feeling, bro. I feel left behind, bro. Because all the computer scientists, all the machine learning people, everybody's into that, are either at the Shopify dev degree program, which fuck, I wish I applied to, are at Waterloo, or literally like anywhere else, Toronto, McGill, and I'm not at any of those because I just
Stanford.
Dude, Ottawa has a good
Stanford.
program.
I was taking the SATs just to go to like any of the schools in the States, let alone Stanford. I didn't even know Stanford was a thing. Bro, and I was talking about this with Raghav, but like I can't tell you, bro, like the pain of reminding yourself. And it's not because Ottawa's a bad school. Ottawa's actually a great school. I actually really like it here. It's really good. But the fact that I'm still in Ottawa is just it just hurts, bro. It just hurts.
Why do you hate the
Still-
city so much? Are you one of those
It's not
people that hate on the bandwagon?
I love the city actually. Ottawa's a great city. It's
Good.
a great place.
Good.
But it's like, when you've been here your whole life, you get reminded of all the flaws. And then especially in the same case when you're watching people come back. That's the worst. Because everybody's coming back with their own stories. Their own dorm life stories. Their own parties they went to. And you get constantly reminded of that. You're like, oh my God.
Lame,
Like these people are having fun and they're doing good in school.
lame.
What do I have to say, bro?
Cap.
It is a cap,
bro.
but it is a cap. But that feeling is amplified.
No, I'm
when you're in
saying
the
cap
city.
to Hadi, bro.
Oh, what do you say?
Yo, and Hadi said lame.
Oh,
No, I agree with you, John. And yo, I feel bad because the thing is that I didn't actually step outside that day when you came to my house, and then we told you to walk, and then I stepped outside and I was like, "What the fuck?" It's so fucked, bro. It was so fucked. It
Bro.
was so fucked, and you were
it was
sick.
so cold.
That's horrible, bro. And
I was so feverish that I did not notice the cold. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro.
it was so fucked. And then I came to Kitchener 6 hours later. It was like day when you came, and it was fine. Like I had to wear a coat and shit, of course, and like my hands are still like cracking up a little bit, but like nonetheless, like it's fine. Like it's no biggie. It was
Damn, y'all are
fucked
getting
up in
sensitive
Ottawa.
to the
Dude, it
cold
was
now.
like 20. It was like -25. Feels like that day. It was -15 degrees. But I was scared I was gonna get frostbite. Like I literally looked up what's the range for frostbite. It's
It
like
was so
-15
bad.
and up. But
It
yo,
was so
like
fucking-
that's the thing, bro. All these little things that honestly don't
Thing
matter
is,
too much.
y'all, we were all used to it way back. Now
That's
that
what I'm
climate
saying.
change occurred, now we're just so sensitive, and it feels
I
me
think it's
too.
just because It's just because it's those feelings are amplified of discomfort when you realize people are living quote unquote better lives. It's all a
You
comparison
also,
game.
yeah, you pick up the cycles of it too. Like you know what it's like when it's hot.
Yeah, facts.
You know
So
how you
like
feel. You know.
when
So
you feel
yeah,
that envy, bro, when you have envy, for one, it's a really I think envy is a really great driver
Just be
in the
glad
short
you're not
term.
living in Winnipeg. That's all I'm gonna
I
say.
am very glad I'm not living in Winnipeg, but I also would be equally glad if I was living anywhere else but Ottawa. And that's just because I've been here my whole life. Like, I just
right.
wanted to change the scenery, and people are getting that experience. And I feel like,
Move to
I just
Europe.
always, I'm a dreamer, bro.
Move to Europe.
So, don't come back to Ottawa, bro. Whatever you fucking do not come back. You will not enjoy it here. You will not. What makes you think that you? Why do you even want to come back, bro? That makes no sense. You're in a business
I
degree in
don't want
Norway.
to come back. I'm just being realistic.
For what? What's gonna stop you from staying in Laurier?
Oh, I can stay in Laurier, sure, but like I don't really see the. No, I'm
I'd
not.
s-
No,
I'd stay
staying
in
in Laurier,
Laurier if
bro.
I were you, Andrew.
Oh,
Stay in
thanks,
Laurier.
Hadi.
Great school.
I don't see you here, bud.
Yo, don't say that. He'll come,
I'm
bro.
grinding. I'm grinding here.
Hattie
We'll
will
meet.
Hattie
We'll
will
meet. We'll,
find you,
we'll
bro.
meet again someday.
Hadi, what are you talking about? I stay in Laurier. You're literally in a business program at fucking Ottawa U. What are you talking about?
I'm at Carleton, buddy.
At Carleton, and you're telling me you would stay in Laurier? That doesn't make any sense.
Should. Wilfrid
That's
Laurier
like the
is
most. That's like the
objectively a
most.
better university. No.
I'm telling you that. I don't go
And
to
it
Laurier.
subjectively costs $10,000 a year to live here.
Are you financially stable? Are you working towards that?
No, bro. The fuck you talking
Why
about?
not?
That's not the point.
Well, what is the
I think
point?
that has been the point of the whole time, though. Realistically.
Yes, that's the point of this whole conversation. That's what.
Anyways, Hattie,
Anyways. Oh yeah,
what?
my goals for this week.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
Number
he's not
number
done.
one.
Keep
Number
going. Keep
one
going.
is tonight. I was going to anyways. Is to figure out what I will continue to work towards till the end of the year. Um, and most likely, based on that conversation, number two is I have some schoolwork allocated every day. I mean, that's just been allocated, scattered throughout my calendar. But I'm also creating templates to do consistent Instagram posts. I'm talking like 10 per day. And this goes into one thing that I have learned is like just like planning. I never plan enough. John's writing down my goals. I never I never plan enough. And that's part of why I failed. So like for example, I've it's been weeks since actually the first week that I came to Laurier after the winter break, 50 like 7 fucking days ago, I literally said I was literally on the bus as I was going to Waterloo. Still back then, I was like planning out how this week I'm going to start with 5 posts a day, and then I'm going to do 10, and then I'm going to do 15, right? And it still hasn't happened due to lack of planning of how exactly I will do it. So I'm increasingly getting there. I have templates set up, and this week I'm continuing to work on those templates. So we'll see. That might converge to like 3 or 4 of just these like easy Flickr posts a day. But I'm also building up the templates along the way. And basically, once I have those templates, I'll increasingly like basically by the end of this week, I'll have 10 times 7 posts ready to do for next week. So I'll literally have them prepared in advance. 10 times 7 posts, like 10 per day for the week coming. So I'll create all of those at the end of this week. But then along the week away, I'm gonna be making posts, and you'll see that play out on Sunday. I'll explain it more. But yeah, like I'm gonna have just like 70 simple Flickr posts ready to be posted throughout next week. Super simple. They're just like niche, and yeah, like I'm gonna continue to execute those. I am worried about the fact that my TikTok account is then pointing into a lot of different directions niche wise, which I think doesn't play friendly with the algorithm based on what I was talking about with Duchenne. So that's why I'm continuing as well to Xcode my app. Let's call it like I don't know, like 40%, 50% of the business. So it's not like taking over, but it is my kind of last hope to make this a big thing because I need to have individual accounts be niched, and so that's why I'm continuing to develop my Xcode project. And yeah, that's about it on the business front. I'm also going to post a Kijiji thing so that I'm like printing stuff in Kitchener so that if anybody wants to, so that people who need like prints just done like locally, like I'm just like a local print shop now as well, like that. So yeah, like generally my black and white thing is like if my printer is not running, that's lost profit. Like even if it's like a 50 cents made, even if it's like $1.50 on the dollar made, like if my printer is not running, then I could have been making money. And yeah, also just like a few personal things like update my passport and shit. Yeah.
Update your password?
Yeah, like my passport was out of like ran out on like February 15th, and now I have to upgrade to an adult passport because I'm an adult.
Oh shit, is that the case?
Yeah, watch out for that.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me that, bro. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you better be able to get it today. All right, bro. I can't wait to see what happens. What you got on Sunday? All those TikTok posts. Anyways,
Yeah, bro.
Hadi, how are your goals, bruv? What'd you do?
Well, as we've all admitted, just about a few minutes ago or something, we've all really accomplished nothing. But my goals, were to possibly start getting ahead with a bit of my schoolwork so that I don't have a lot to cram in this week as I go in. And second was to actually, what was that? What was that? Oh yeah, make my business resume. And as you know, I've achieved net zero, but that is something I do look down upon. However, I am looking a little optimistic because I'm set to swiftly move into the environment that I'm emerging into back in where I was, at home throughout this past week. But I feel like I'm gonna be able to make a smooth merge into the learning environment, which I'm where I want to be, where my brain should be 100% of the time, or most of the time, 99.9. And yeah, I feel like this week, even though that this past week has been very unproductive, because I thought of it as a break. This week though, I am optimistic that I will be able to get back into the swing of things. I'll be able to probably produce maybe a little more value than what was intended originally, maybe. But
Yeah.
that's just comes to how you wanna just get back in, and you just kind of gotta you gotta like kind of prepare for the transition, like
Yo, nah, you're so right, Hadi. And it brings up an interesting point. This is also on what Andrew was talking about with systems. And it's actually interesting because I've made so many systems for myself to manage my time. Like I've made a lot of systems to do my work. Not a single one has worked.
Mhm.
But all the things that like remain constant, like everything that like continues to remain in my whatever I organize is like I didn't realize this. I only realize this now. It's always been a question of like, okay, so where did it all go wrong? What is the only thing that I need to change? And I remind myself, like, literally, I think this is just me, but the biggest reason that I don't get any work done is because I am too cold. And not cold in the sense of like like frostbite, whatever, but like I'm slightly uncomfortable enough where I think my bed is the best option for me to stay warm. And so I go into bed and I just stay there. Literally, I think like 9 times out of 10, points where I don't do work is because I am uncomfortable and I'm just too cold.
Yeah, that's such an
the
Ottawa
solution.
thing. I had that too.
Really, it's real. Is it really an Ottawa thing?
Well, no, but it's such a real thing because I actually remember when I was in grade 10 and I was trying to grind math. and my desk was in the basement, and it was going all fine until like the winter came, and the basement gets really cold, and I would always do it in the morning, and it's like after that I completely fell off
Mm. Damn.
because I
Mm.
couldn't go there and because I could not work in the cold. But bro, just thinking about that, like,
Sounds a little absurd
yo,
at first, but then when it comes to like when you really think about it,
there's just something
I get
about
where it comes though.
missing these goals. It's like, what the fuck?
John,
It's
I
really.
think
It's like what the fuck? Like there just should be no reason,
But
Yeah.
like
that's why I'm saying
there's a
that I
simple
don't have the
I've
answers for myself because it's like, and that's why I'm saying that I don't trust myself to not end up back in auto next year because it's like, bro, these problems have been problems since days. Days. And that's why I'm saying I'm just being real with myself. Like, I pick up these habits and I'm trying to find answers, I'm trying to find solutions. And hopefully I'll think of something tonight after this call. But it's like, I'm just being real. Like this is the pain. This is what I was thinking. Like this is the growing pain that's happening during the year, and it's only happening because I induced it by trying to achieve this goal. So fair enough, that is happening. But here it is. Like I made a decision to try to do something unconventional, and here I am now questioning myself. And I mean, shit. What else is there to do but figure
just
it the
like
fuck out?
just like competing, just like making a one-person business, just becoming a CEO of anything, taking responsibility for yourself, it exposes everything about you that you may not
Yeah,
want to confront. So,
yeah.
anyways, Hadi, you had something to say?
yeah. Do you, John? I think a simple fix to your cold issue. I think yeah. Again, like in your room, all you want to do is find you just want to find the warmer place, and there isn't much except your bed, right? Not a very productive environment, isn't it? Well, I have a great idea. How about going to school?
Right, right. That was my conclusion. I started going to school. Actually, was more productive. You're so
Yeah.
right. Like I did more
It's the
work
same
when I was at
thing.
school, but then it's just like, oh well, I want water. Sometimes I get hungry. My mom made some food. Maybe I should go home. And that's also an issue, right? Because I'm uncomfortable, like food wise. And it's not the fact that I need food. It's just that I'm usually there until like maybe 6 or 7, and that's when I get starving. Like I start starving.
Okay,
So
fair.
then I just go home. And also around 10 o'clock is when no, it's an excuse. It's not fair enough. It's stupid for me to do that. Um, Regardless of any situation though, as I said
But you
before, if you
should
can't align
buy
yourself
yourself
in
something to
any
eat. Like,
right? Well, I'm not trying to spend money, but like
but even a few
regardless,
bucks will just keep you filled for a few hours.
yeah, of course, of course, of course. But regardless, it's like if you can't align yourself in any environment, in this environment, then you're not gonna align yourself in the other environment. And so what I've been doing,
Aligning
which has been
yourself
so
in
beneficial, to
one
me,
environment would help you to like a jump start to align yourself in other environments.
that's what I'm saying.
That one start will help you in other places. Is what I think.
Exactly. So I need to
I've
be
yeah. Go ahead.
You're right, you're right. I need to be in that position where I do that. And my solution to that, which has been so good, is to work out. Cause I think it's because I have a low body fat percentage, or I'm just like pretty skinny. Like I'm pretty lean. So like the heat just radiates off of me. Like if I'm not like, and maybe I just have blood. I think I also have like poor circulation as well sometimes. So I get like really cold really fast. And as a result, like also I sweat profusely, even in the cold. So that's way worse as well, because I just get super cold. So
Yeah, I
what I
sweat in the
do
cold a lot.
instead is that I just work out. Like that has been the best solution. That has actually been the end all be all because it gives me all the necessary like endorphins and the mental state for me to actually continue my work. Like if I'm just feeling like so tired,
Real.
I just get up and I practice like handstand push-ups for like 10 seconds. And that's literally all I need. But it's realizing shit like that where it's just like, and that's why I always have the question like, fuck, what am I missing? Because it's always like those little things that compound and end up affecting my output at an incredible scale. So yeah, bro, building systems has just been for me just realizing all the small things that need to be taken care of and put into account. And once you account for all the variables, then you're able to scale yourself at such an efficient pace.
Sure.
So
Sure.
yeah, I mean, I think I should incorporate more building better systems for myself. But you know what? Like my habits have been gotten so much better anyway because I've been iterating so much. But
Yeah,
I think I'm trying to write my notion and be more consistent with it.
I can say
So
the same. I can say the same thing. Like I'm feeling. I feel more like considerably organized now that I just kind of like put my mind to it. I focus on one thing in general, and then
so
yeah.
yeah, yeah. All right. So now let's talk about what I've wanted to talk about this whole damn day. So I have been so when I got reminded of that feeling of why I wanted to go into AI, and I think I need to be reminded more. So I want to pick your boys' brains. I'm so terrified and I'm so excited for what's gonna come in AI. But here's the thing, okay? So this was super interesting. Life 3.0 talked about it so fluently, and I absolutely recommend you guys watch it. Life 3.0. I actually I got it on LibGen, so you probably could find it there, or you could buy it. Support the author. I mean, I was too broke when I started reading it, so. But regardless, it basically outlined like how AI affected the entire world. And the thing is like so many futurists are incredibly bombastic with the outcomes of what AI will have on society. Like they're always saying like, "Oh, it's going to change all these things super fit quickly and fast." And I've always thought like, "No, in reality it's probably going to do something much simpler." And it does. In reality, we observe that it's like generative AI. Like people thought, "Oh, AI is going to start off replacing doctors immediately." What you see right now is they're like, they're like, "Hee hee, text generation, go burr." Like that's what we see right now. And the fact of the matter is that that's what's going to be the reality for the vast majority of AI right now. But that doesn't mean it's not insane because the next step is like, okay, how can we make more money using AI? And so this goes back to the question that I asked way long ago when we had that big discussion talking about like how can we capitalize on the wave? But
The
it's
original discussion.
exactly the original discussion. But it's more like now it's more of the question of like I know I kind of know how to get onto the wave. Like I have an idea. I mean, the only way we'll know more is if I actually play into the idea. But now it's the question of like what's going to actually happen when it happens. I haven't thought further past that. Like not once. What the fuck happens when the shit's here, bro? Not like AGI, but like when that wealth disparity finally closes up. When the generational wealth is not happening. Like what happens after that 7-year mark? Like I really need to consider what those steps are before it's like before AGI, but long past AI has made moves in the market. Like what's going to happen to alignment with AI, but also like with intelligence generation as a whole? Because I don't think we're really ready with that. And so the example I give to you for you to help analyze this question is so I was doing my test, I mean my assignment for one of my classes, and I very well could have used ChatGPT to do the entire thing. The entire thing.
Why didn't
And
you?
I had a dilemma. I was like, well, it's kind of due in like a few days. I don't want to do it. It takes so much time. It took like an hour, 2 hours. I was like, I don't want to do it. I could get them to do it in a few seconds. Whatever. I ended up doing on my own. But it was interesting to me that I even had that question because it's like, well, this is quote unquote immoral. But then it's like, well, I could have gone about it and been more proficient in using AI tools. And so it's the question of like, well, is the future going to entail people utilizing AI, or is it going to be the just smartest people come out on top? Like what's the gradient of human intelligence, and what's the actual real output that gets produced, and how does it get produced? who are the winners in 7 years? Who are the winners? Exactly, who are they? Like, what do they do? How do they leverage their things? Like, how is a person,
Question.
how's a consumer going to
question.
look like? You know? Like, how are the winners going to be? And not like the regular consumer. Like, how are like the creators? How are people like us going to look like in 7 years?
Mm.
Because we're going to be creating the platforms for them to use. So we need to understand what our target audience will be, but not even in that frame. Like, that's just an idea of why I'm looking at it. But it's also just like curiosity. Like, who?
Well, for one, I sorry, I'm not sure if this is 100% like at the level of the kind of greatness of the question, but just generally, like the creators of the AI will always move to the biggest bidder, right? As in, will we help the artist or the record label?
Hmm. But like, but even still with the record label, that's a very interesting point, and I think we should
You're
dive
saying
deep.
it was still, and I was expecting that as in like there's much more to this. Like it's not really getting to some
Yeah,
sort of
like,
broader route.
who is running the companies that are
Exactly.
doing these record labels, and why would
Yeah.
they buy from us? But even like try to remove yourself from the frame of actual like the actual business implications. Let's talk about it on a very personal level. What are the experiences of people going to look like
Mhm.
as the AI progresses? Like how is the schools gonna even look like? If everybody's already using ChatGPT and it gets better at like being better than regular essay writers, how the fuck are the schools gonna adapt to it? But how are the students themselves gonna look like it? Like how are they gonna the process new information? How are the new wave of employees going to be using this technology? Like, are we all going to be using AI tools? Is it going to be like a narrator thing? Like, who are the people? What are the people doing when we're at this stage? Like, how do they look like? What do they do? That's the
Thinking
question
about
I'm asking.
schools, I don't want to be naive in saying that the schools will stay the same since they'll keep up with cheating and all that. As in, I don't want to be naive in saying that regulations will keep up with the pace of innovation. But like for example, you're talking about careers, and it's like one thing that occurs to me is well, on one hand, increasingly anything that can be done by AI will be sourced to AI, as in like any kind of human who does one thing. Sorry, like any kind of human who does one thing will just use AI more and more, but or like be instructed by their boss to do that. But on the other hand, it's like I think, well, let's look at, for example, like doctors. Will they regulate that in order to try to protect themselves, like on a union basis? But also think about, let's talk about lawyers, right? How long will they avoid using it just because of the the um the chance of making a mistake? But it's like I don't know. I continue to look at it on such a business basis. Like to me, the lawyers will continue to use their own brains until the kind of cost of the human capital, as in the wage, versus the kind of um, versus how good the output is will dictate it. Like for example, if there's like a 90% chance that the human will do a better job than the AI, then at that point we'll continue to employ the human. But at some point, the chances that the AI will do a better job or as good of a job will like balance out with the cost. But again, it just feels like I don't feel like I'm grasping how broad this gets.
Yo, but like that's the I think that's the so those are the two things I want to speculate. It's like, sorry, bro, my stomach is hurting so much. I need to get
Okay.
some food in me, bro. But um, that's the question I'm trying to ask, right? It's like, so it's like, what happens? How what happens to the people after that point, and who are the people right up to that point? You know, it's like we talked about before on the first episode, unfortunately, which is not has no audio, but we said like we can be ready up until the very second, but before after that we won't be ready. So it's like, for one, what happens after that? But who are the people right up to that second? Who are the people trying to do that stuff? Because those people will have been very experienced with AI. They have used it for 7+ years, starting now. So they'd have been very prolific in getting better tools. A lot of platforms will have come in. Algo will be out. Like, how are those people going to leverage AI? And how is it going to play out in everyday today life? Like, I don't think we truly grasp how pivotal AI is about to be. And it's not open AI. I mean, it could be, but like right now, it's not going to be Chat GPT. It's going to be general agents that are going to be super crazy. It's going to be task managers, automation, and whatnot that are going to be so crazy for businesses. And it's going to be um, a bunch of like I guess I want to say like optimizers that just remove the error margins from all these people's lives. How are these things going to be leveraged in our society? Like, I don't think we're ready. Like, we really aren't ready. Like, OpenAI is probably doing investments right now. Like the Omega team. They're probably doing that. And nobody knows, but their team probably is already working on that and it's making them a lot of money. And we're out here not doing that, which is insane to me. So like what is it what's next? Like, how are these people going to look like? And furthermore, what do I need to do so I can stay ahead of the game? I think yeah, you got some?
Huh? No. What?
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 Give us some guidance, bro.
Okay, let me say, okay. So let's lay out the timeline, right? So in 7 years, okay, let's say 7 years is still the timeline. God damn it. Bro, is there no more peanut butter? This is actually a travesty.
L.
So in like 20, let's say like 2020, 2025, okay? So ChatGPT has been out for like maybe like 2 years now. So in this case, in this scenario, like the new thing will be uploaded. It will be so good where it can write pretty much anything you want. It's connected to the internet now. So it can predict pretty much anything. It replaces search engines. Absolutely. It supercharges everybody's querying. You can get pretty much any answer you want. All the information's there. Furthermore, new tools have come out where people can pretty much say one thing and have literally their entire their entire app be made. I think that's coming very soon. An entire full stack app. That's going to be made in like 2025, 2026. Possibilities for that will be there. Coding will be accelerated. People being able to experiment will be accelerated. People like generative movies will have come out by now. People will be able to make that. The first generative movie probably will be out by 2025. First generated video game, 2025, 2026. And that's just in 2 years. In 2 years.
Rapidly expanding.
I think about the battle. I think about the battle between the owners of like between publishers and AIs who want to publish. Like, for example, Netflix says, "Oh, great, we can generate movies now," and it to the consumer it seems natural because at first the generative movies are dog shit. Well, they are now, and then eventually they become more normal, and that's when Netflix picks it up low key and
Netflix
releases an actually high quality professional, AAA generative title. And you can't tell the difference except for the fact that they admit it to you.
Except for the fact that there's one person in the credits, and it's Sam Altman.
Right. But at what point does? But then it's almost like, will we just see this continuous cycle of kings being dethroned, and then it's just convergence, as in, well, then, the let's just imagine kind of like the human owner manager of Netflix gets dethroned by an excuse me, an AI deployed by a human on a higher platform with the point of just creating profits, and it happens to create a new and better like movie publisher, which makes me think it'll be interesting because probably most companies will fuck up the same way that Gary Vee likes to talk about how companies fuck up on marketing because they're dinosaurs and scared with social media, is that probably most managers will fuck up by underutilizing AI because they're scared, which is actually crazy because even today I was listening, Gary Vee always talks about how like he talks to like entrepreneurs and they'll be like scared to hire people because the people that they hire might fuck up, so they don't scale their business. Managers scared that the AI will fuck up might also make a mistake. That's interesting. As in, it's not even about the conversions. It's just that you will see companies get dethroned because they're not taking advantage of AI. And I think the sentiment. It's this crazy sentiment of, gosh, these companies are not staying ahead with social media marketing. Just take that to the extreme. Companies who have, well, you just said this, right? We are all not there. But yeah, again, we're not getting to specifics. I'm just painting a picture of the convergence as a basically bloodbath of people just getting dethroned until it just all converges.
No, I think you're absolutely right.
It's just a slow, but then increasingly faster and faster and faster battle to everyone's demise. So in terms of specific, it's just the individual people. Like the higher you are on a platform level, the farther you are away from being like from all of your leverage being kind of washed away. But the closer and closer it gets to like your level on the food chain, the faster and faster it goes. Obviously.
No, that's actually really important because what you're outlining is that the data is there's so much data, and what you're outlining is that there's going to be a lot of competition for the long while. And I actually agree. I think there's not going to be like a set monopoly on this for a long time because being able to create and actually establish really powerful models is easier, and it becomes easier and easier. It's literally going to become people compare it to the mobile. It's completely different because it's much more powerful because it's not a hardware aspect anymore. Whereas like the gatekeep for these things is akin to like, like thousands of dollars in like funding, and you have to have good factories and good systems to have physical things. In this case, it's literally like Web 2, where it was like the internet just spawned minimal cost to provide something this valuable. And then it's the same token. Startups, you see that right now, startups valued like $1 billion more, all AI unicorns, are literally like very minimal cost startup because it just takes one software engineer to understand what they're doing to actually provide incredible amounts of value. And I think people also speaking about this with the single creator economy, where we see more and more people who are able to provide 10x value with less amount of like allocation to delegates. Like you can be a one person business now. It's much more feasible. And I think that's going to be more and more true as we go along. But moreover, because that's the case, it's going to be like the internet where not a lot of like it took like maybe like I'd say it took like maybe 5-10 years for like genuine monopolies to be fully established. Like Yahoo was still a thing until like 2014. Like a lot of companies were still very big.
That.
And we didn't see like genuine like monopolies occur until like I feel like the good point to like a good transition was when like YouTube was acquired by Google. I think that was in like 2015, 2016. It was not that far long ago. And I think it's going to be like that. And I think equally in 7 years. So while, and maybe it'll be sooner, but I think, I think the distinction to make is that this is going to be like the internet was to the mobile phone. And what this AI is going to be is the AI for the robots that will begin to house it. And so when we talk about leveraging the software in regards to this, people aren't aware that people are right now starting to leverage the hardware that has to do with this. And I think that's going to be the most powerful thing, because while people who are able to leverage the AI on a software basis will be incredibly powerful, it's far more limiting when it comes to that, because when you manipulate the physical world, people in that power will be a lot more ahead than everybody
Boston Dynamics is just waiting to become a $1 trillion company in
Real.
in the flip of a switch.
Exactly. And they're not even like AI. It's just like software.
Oh no, they're not an AI company, but they create the vessels. And as soon as the AI is available, and it's available freely because of competition eating away all the profits,
Mhm.
they'll just apply it immediately at the same cost structure of like AWS.
Wow. Wow. No, you're right.
They
People will
already
be too
built up
busy.
the vessels.
People will be too busy fighting each other to get a little extra buck that they'll make no profits. And the people who are focused on making the hardware for it will be so far off. It's like you said. It's like you said. Or maybe you didn't say that. I think you did. It's like when there's a gold rush, sell pickaxes and torches, not gold. And that's super important, because the gold mine right now is the internet, and that's what it was for the iPhone, but the pickaxe was the phone. So,
Yeah.
this is not saying I'm going to go into robotics within the next 5 years, but I kind of am, because I'm going primarily into imitation learning because I'm about automation, and I think that'll happen in 2 years. But I think I think literally in 1 year, the first robotics company is going to come out and be an AI-led robotics company. Well, yeah.
Well, they'll just pivot, the ones that already are.
They won't even have pivoted.
Why not?
There are companies right now that exist that are on pure robotics, and they don't need to pivot. They'll just sell their stuff to AI companies.
Yeah.
They won't
Or to the companies who combine both.
exactly, and those people will make the most money. Like you'll see, bro, my stomach's starting to hurt again, bro. This is so bad. But you'll see, there's this. Okay, so there's this. Hold on, let me drink water. Bro, my stomach's starting to hurt again. It's actually the worst. But there's
Take a rest, bro. It's not good
there's
to be running around your house.
there's a company right now. It's called Clone.
Hurt stomach.
Clone. I just seen them on Twitter. They have like 300 followers. I think they went from 300 to like 1,000 in like a week, because
Okay.
they literally just posted one thing. So wait, let me find Clone. I don't know if this is legit, but I seen this Clone Robotics. Oh my god, bro! They went from like 300 followers to 1,000, 3,000 followers. Look at that. And so, Hadi, we're gonna get this set up where you can showcase some videos onto the camera. But this is a mnemonic hand.
That's not real though. That's
No,
uh
that's real. That's a mechanical hand.
that's
That's
AGI, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
Sorry, that's CGI.
No, CGI. No, that's real. That's real. That's not CGI,
not-
bro.
Actually, can't believe
That
his
looks like
eyes.
CGI, bro.
I couldn't believe my eyes either, and I went on a rabbit hole. And they have like they only have one arm, but it's an arm. And as my great friend at 2 Minute Paper says, don't look at what we have right now. Look at what we'll have 2 papers down the line. And if they have just this right now, One arm. What's gonna happen in a year?
I mean,
And
yeah, the
so
robotics are there, 100%.
exactly, bro. So the
But it's
scale
just
is
waiting.
literally all to come. It's the scale,
Yeah,
and
it's
it's actually like it's terrifying, bro. Like these people were 2 years ahead of us. 2 years ahead of me.
It's crazy.
Oh my god.
what do you
Oh my
mean?
god.
What do you mean?
They started in 2020.
You're not in robotics.
It doesn't matter because they were just 2 years ahead. And even ChatGPT was 2 years ahead. All these people were 2 years ahead. I was 6 months ahead of the public. 6 months ahead of the public. They were 2 years ahead of everybody, not just the public.
But wouldn't this be the advantage of going to Y Combinator or somehow to get to the people who actually know what the fuck they're talking about? Because we know that
Oh,
some of the
yes,
Y Combinator companies are shit. Because
yes,
we can't, bro, we're completely clueless. Like 6 months, okay, like Sam Altman and
yes,
his colleagues, like that's the safest place to be. That's the safest house to be.
yes, yes.
Yo, is this true?
And
San Francisco is the safest place to be during the convergence.
yeah, yeah. I wouldn't disagree with that statement. Like
Like the
if you told me
you're
where
most
would you
likely to be
go?
safe inside of Sam Altman's basement, chilling with him, bro. Like he's probably got to know what to do the most.
Yeah, bro. You know what? Like if he could have his way with me, to be honest, like I'd be his slave. Like
Yeah.
like nah. Because like bro, it's insane. It's actually insane. Like bro, sorry. Um no, because it's actually insane, bro. You're right. Like if you ask me where would you go? Where would you go if you were preparing for the apocalypse? I'd go to fucking San Francisco, bro.
You go to Silicon
Because
Valley, yeah.
yeah, like I'd go to the fucking ground zero, so maybe I could have a chance of fucking making it out alive, bro. Not because those people are gonna be on the most on top of their shit. People at Stanford University, the professors there, the kids at OpenAI, anybody in startup land. But even then, like that's the thing too, because sometimes when you're in a startup, you're so caught up in yourself that you don't know what's happening in the outside. And that's also the issue when you're not like a big tech company. Cause like what?
Maybe charger.
No. Yes, for my charger. I need it.
James should have been the
Um,
fourth person on the podcast.
Facts. But yeah, bro, these people are ahead of the curve. And I mean,
Okay, let's let's get focused again here.
yeah, because it doesn't matter who's
Does
ahead of the
capital
curve.
even matter? Does capital matter?
Well, for us,
After.
it doesn't matter. For us right now, like we shouldn't even be concerned about capital.
No, I'm saying later. How do you?
Does capital matter?
There must be some sort of leverage.
The leverage is the AI itself. The capital doesn't matter because the AI is just gonna print money. It's gonna print money like no one has ever seen money been printed before.
But if and everybody has access to it, that's just infinite competition, which means no profits. So then, where is the leverage? That's the thing, right? You still have human minds competing against each other
Well, then
based on
that's it,
IQ
though. That's it.
or willpower, right?
That's
But
it. That's who's competing then. The
who?
person themselves.
But that means nothing has changed at all. The thing is, if
I
the
would agree.
AI
I would disagree. I would say everything has changed. I'd say right now nothing is based purely on IQ or intelligence. Most of the thing is based on capital.
everything is based on IQ and pure will.
And I disagree. I think everything right now is based on the number of people working with you and like just the sheer delegates of tasks and then also the amount of capital you have. Because
But that's the same thing, though.
that's not the same thing because you just have more people who can automate the stuff that you want to do. A CEO is just somebody
Hold
who
on.
is telling people to enact the vision that they want. That's why big tech companies work because it's just a bunch of people doing work that one intelligent person does not want to do but needs to do.
Okay, but even with the AI as a purely oh my god, as a purely automation tool, in terms of capital, excuse me, whoever has the most capital will still win, because let's say you have just a AI come up. Let's say you have an AI come up with a great strategy. Okay, it's still the more capital in, the more capital out. And in terms of automation, like maybe humans don't matter as much. Okay, but no, if you're saying that IQ still matters, as in humans are still smarter, then collaboration will also yield better strategies.
Of
So
course.
nothing,
But
but that means nothing changes though. Until the AI is smarter than humans, nothing changes. You just pour more water in, as in you just give both sides more automating power.
I still don't
Automating
think
power
that's
here,
true.
automating power there.
I still think nah, because because it's right. Like what you're saying is okay it's only when the AI gets smarter, but like the leverage is made when these AI systems do automate one thing better than someone or many things better than someone. And so in that case, it literally like the leverage here is not necessarily the talent. It's actually more or less the knowledge you have. Just pure information. It's the data. It's the data because if I have way better methods of acquiring data than Google, then I'll have better models. And that's just the basic structure of machine learning algorithms. Obviously, more data is better, but like more quality data is 1,000 times better than any sort of data that Google's getting right now. And so,
Okay, yeah.
and ChatGPT knows this, and that's why they get a lot better feedback because they get direct human feedback from their ChatGPT models. So, in that
That's
sense,
true.
so I mean, like that's why I
Okay,
think
yeah.
it's not necessarily capital intensive because it's literally just from human feedback. So it's literally just who makes the better models, which I don't think is capital intensive at all. Unless, things have to get to the point where you need like billion-dollar parameters, and then that may be yes.
Is it IQ? Like it's like
I think it
it's
is.
it's, it's human smart.
I really think like we're going towards like it's in 2 years, right? I say right now it's not the case, but like in 2 to 7
Okay,
years, this
we're
is
going
this
back
is
to the platform
changing.
level here.
That's what I'm saying.
Because yeah, I went away from it, but yeah.
But I don't know if I want to go back to the platform level. But
But you are
this is just proving
talking
the
about
points.
data.
This is what the points what we were talking about earlier, way back when we were talking about leverage. In that, and I think that's besides the point because we already know that I think we already know that the leverage is going to be in the people who can pretty much parasite off the big tech companies, which is data acquisition or data management or building the best algorithms. And that's where all the
Yeah.
competition is. So you don't want to be there. You want to be probably a better platform for B2B services so you can acquire more data easier. And then also, you could be less the next future, which is the robotics companies. And nobody's talking about that yet. And I'm so glad they aren't because that makes me feel maybe a little bit ahead of the curve. But I know in 6 months,
No,
all that's
it's
going to
just
change.
underground. It's just underground. It's going to
For
be
now,
a huge media run, as you said. In the 6 months to a year, the media is going to have a huge run with it.
fuck. But anyways, I think I think what we want to go back to is who are the individuals who are doing these things? Like, how is the work being performed in 2030?
The effects on humans. It it's weird because I guess we need to not necessarily ask a better question, but figure out what we really want to get out of this, because on a high level, it's all the same. You just slowly and slowly lose your jobs, and there's the question of whether your regulations will keep up with innovation. And even if they do keep up with innovation, then you'll just get out competed by a different company
Those are the losers.
who didn't
Who
apply
are the
them.
winners? Who are the winners?
I feel like you'll only be a winner for so long.
What do you mean?
People can pop up as winners for a short period of time. Like for example, okay, let's say I'm a merchandising company. I'm just making some sort of products, and then now I have AI to automate my marketing until I'm out automated by somebody, until somebody else has an AI automate a merchandising company. Now my role has been taken up by an AI. But again, that would require that the AI is smarter than me. So again, I'm a merchandising company. I need to do marketing. Now I use AI to automate my marketing. And if I'm the best at using AI to automate marketing, I will win, right? However, at the same time, if we're all just competing on who has the best prompts and shit for ChatGPT, then that's just competition. Okay, now and that's the thing, right? If everybody has access to it, does anybody really win? Like, okay, we're saying who would win from the access from which exact profession or whatever or craft would win now, would
That's the
become better
point,
because they have
bro.
access. That's
Nah,
what
you're
we're thinking.
right. None of them win, bro. There is no winners. It's
Well,
only
yeah,
the big boys win, bro.
but who is big? The AI just gets bigger.
Anyone who runs the AI,
Okay,
bro.
let's hold on. But the AI will outrun them, won't it? Let's
Eventually it will. And then
let's
they'll
try to think
figure
of
it
some more specific examples who might win just for a few seconds.
out. Okay. Content creators. More ideas, better captions, maybe better content, funnier content, generative content.
That's more hustle, isn't it? It's like it's even right now, like people are talking about like, oh, use ChatGPT for this, use ChatGPT for that, and it's like, I don't know, like you know,
No, but that's all
like
bullshit.
maybe
What they're talking about. They're just
it's all
what they're
bullshit right
living on
now.
is hype. They're living off of the hype train.
Right, right. And at some point, the hype will become real,
And then it won't be hype
and
anymore. It'll just be
and the
terrifying.
people who were on it from the get go will in some ways be smarter. But at the same time, big companies who are able to pay for, you know, service directly from Sam Altman will also have an advantage. And you might also have a convergence to like humans, as in like off the grid type shit. Interesting.
What do you mean off the grid? Like people just dip?
Like you know, you might just have
All off.
like selling sneakers in person, like getting eggs from my neighbor.
Yeah,
You might
like
just have a
like
you
simple
might
boring businesses get
in fact
automated.
yeah in fact you might no I'm saying like you might just have a oh shit okay yeah I was saying that you might have like a kind of a little bit of a hype train back to like
Simple.
old ways of doing business
Mm.
because I can't trust you online.
I see, I see.
I want to the point is I want human to human contact and everything online is fake, right?
Maybe that's automated more.
And so I go right back to you might just see people talking in person more.
For sure.
Or at least somewhat of a yeah, like somewhat of a that's just a fact.
Like a bounce
There's a
back.
exactly a bounce back.
But
Well,
this
because
is not
everything online
characteristic
is fake.
of this is not characteristic of people who leverage AI though. Like it's still not characteristic of the individuals who are actually
Yeah.
like riding the wave. I don't care about the losers. And the losers are the people who at the end of the wealth disparity are on the other side of the wall. Who are the
Okay.
people on the other side of the wall who are winning? The winners could be people who just aren't like out of a job by that point or aren't worried for their job or dude, in 7 years, man. What the fuck is gonna happen in 7 years, bro? In 2030, what's happening? I didn't even realize that my 7 year plan was till 2030 until now. But
Yeah.
what happens next decade, bro?
Flying
Like
cars.
there's gonna be
Flying cars.
flying cars.
I'm thinking about like
Honestly, I
will
don't
will bankers win?
Bro, no, bankers will be the least winners, bro. Because
Why is that?
I think for one, the Federal Reserve is kind of getting tired of all the bank shenanigans, like the finance stuff. I think since many recessions, like they're cracking down on that faster and faster. Like they're being able to manage like inflation and the currency and the reserve a lot easier.
On what? Lines of credits? Like I'm just talking about
Nah, they
typical
just
bank
are
shit.
getting more radical with like upping inflation rates and whatever. I just have faith in the.
That's not going to take out bankers though.
Okay, well that was the first example. The second example is that
Relative, yeah. Fair.
AI is way better at counting money than bankers. Way better.
Yeah.
You don't even
Okay,
need it.
yes, I understand. Okay, no, I see it, but that's still the same linear, I guess. As in they'll utilize it to make decisions as they have been doing for literally years or over a decade, and then it'll just own them.
That's it. That's it, though. People who use AI to make decisions.
But again, it's just competition. At least in like the stock market, it's just competition.
Nah, but like instead of automating, it's like automating your thinking.
I'm thinking about mathematicians, bro. Who can create the craziest algorithm? And you're talking about data, like yeah, data, bro. Or, but why were you so? But you talked about, you said that there'll be too much competition on these companies that attach themselves to like Google's and shit, attach themselves to like AI transactions. Like, can we get back to that? Isn't that because the thing is, you're hiding in plain sight, and nobody cares because nobody's annoyed by it.
Well, if you're attaching, so these parasite companies, they're not actual
Yeah,
parasites. But they pretty much are parasites.
they're like one way parasites.
But the thing is, like, those are the only ways for like people like us to actually get onto the limelight anyway. But yeah, like, there's going to be so much competition about that because everybody also realizes that the data is going to be created, and people need to be able to find good ways to make data. So, how do people do it? Ah, you have to find where the data is. Who has the data? What data do we want? Why do we care about data? Well, we want data from, well, who are we trying to replicate? That's the question. Like, what are we trying to use with the data? If the goal, the end goal, which it always is to replicate something a human can do, then where do we have the humans? Well, humans work in the workplace environment. This was the entire rationale behind Algo. People work in workplaces. People do things from home. People like doing things. How can I incentivize people doing things? Boom, it's gonna be that. I feel like there's gonna be a bunch of different versions of Algo that come out. I think mine one is the best. The way I do it is the best, but I don't know. That's just how I'm thinking about it. The next step is like data cleaning. So where can I get the best? Where can I get the best information from the data that I already have? Transformers do that so beautifully, to the point where you don't even really need to clean your data. It just knows everything. So Transformers kind of solve that. So those kind of companies, I don't think are going to be too crazy. I think those companies, I don't even think like those companies are necessary. Data cleaning, like what? There's just going to be better ways to compute data and like high dimensionality and whatever. And then there's going to be like data brokers, which you have example like Kaggle right now. I mean, like Google as well. They do that. Facebook. These are all data brokers to some extent. Also sources of data. Yeah, they're crazy. They're crazy. Like, there's no competition. Those are monopolies right now. There's no competition for that. So the only viable competition is acquiring data because I know Google doesn't care to do that. The next data you're trying to get is probably like reinforcement learning data or like supervised data. Data that
Wait,
mimics
why
human
is there no
reasoning.
competition on the previous end?
On what? On data brokerage? Because Google
Yeah,
and Facebook have all the data. They have all the data.
all the social data.
They sell all the data. They do it the best. What are you going to compete with Google?
On data brokerage?
Like for advertisers or for like even like themselves, bro. Like they have all the data. So and that's even
On
important as well.
they
If they
only
have all
have
the
data
data,
they only have data that occurs on their platforms though.
yeah, how much data do you think They have video data, raw video data, super powerful. Video
That's
data is pretty
true.
much all they need. Um,
That's I mean you can scrape it.
yeah, so that's why OpenAI is making a bunch of that's why OpenAI is working on like VPT and
No, but I'm saying that
that's
but
why
isn't it there a truth that that's still such a small amount? Like think about Tesla cars driving on the road and then you have all these other um
but that's still
vehicle
data
companies.
acquisition. I think that's still data acquisition, not data brokerage.
Okay, then I'm just confused.
So yeah, because like you're you're trying to find a good way to get data from what already exists. So if you believe that the video data has all that information, then making something like that is really good. I think that's a good idea as well. I think it's all data acquisition now. The next companies that are going to be acquired by the big monopolies are going to be data brokerage data collectors. New forms of collecting data and collecting high dimensional data. And so because I think automation is the next big thing, that's why I wanted to build Algo, because I know that robots are going to need motion data and like physical data and what have you. So I think it'd be the best bet to make something that helps automate. That was my rationale behind it. When it comes to like video data, it's the same thing. Video data is the same thing. You're taking information from like convolutions, pixels. You see that shit makes sense, then they do it. I wonder what generative models are going to be produced. Because, and that's the thing, right? Like all of these data acquisitions are pretty much providing the next step for the next generative models to be made. While things like task automation and like very specific things that are basically scripting, telling things to do exactly what you want it to do, those are very good, but they have a limit to the point where it's like generative things can go beyond what you can think of. And that's where the power is. That's why there's so much hype around it, because ChatGPT can think of something you didn't even consider. And it didn't even consider it. It just like found related things, and it'll make you realize things more. And so I think more generative stuff, well, it requires more data, but more things that are made to generate will just be the end result of a bunch of progress made in a certain division. So in task automation, it's going to be a continuous iteration of things that specifically do one task until generative task creation can be created that is like foundational and transferable across a bunch of different mediums. So if I can do one task on my computer, I can probably teach, myself to do it, or I could teach a robot to do it. So the next big platforms are going to be things that can make data either transferable, action data transferable across mediums, like automation, etc., and things that can also collect that data. So the winners on that side will be a bunch of geniuses from from fucking Stanford University, because in reality, like it's like in all this deep tech stuff, it has to be people who are like very well versed in the academia, because you need this depends entirely on researchers. And I realized this when I started getting into the literature, because I was like, oh, maybe I can just build this stuff together. You can to an extent, but like literally every week a new paper comes out, and it's like ground shattering information. It's like, whoa, I didn't even know this was possible. And so you literally rely on like your experts to be like on point with the field. And it's not this thing, like the competition and the research is so fast that you have to be at the very edge, the cutting edge of all the information.
But somebody or something has to leverage that. I mean, we can just call it human capital, through relationships or whatever, because one researcher is too niche to necessarily create something that implements itself in society. Or even if it's not too niche, they won't, because that's just not their specialty. They're still a researcher. So somebody or something has to just manage this and manage these people. And that's why I think like there is literally so much like, I feel like the whole, I mean, I'm sort of narrative biasing myself here, but let me just finish that the thought anyways, that even if you think about like the articles that like Google tried to like cover up, like about silencing like AI researchers who like spoke up against like even like pretty basic stuff like racism in the algorithms or whatever, it's like, it almost gives like Illuminati vibes, the whole freaking like FANG the Fang kind of like thing of trait of like AI researchers, because they, in some ways, like what we're saying, what we're kind of theorizing potentially is that they really are the gold here. It's these human capitals. Like you can literally think of like some like Chinese camp like deep in the trenches where they're just like meticulously picking out like the best student, and they're like rigorously training them to just become a genius because they know that their country's like supremacy relies on it. So like somebody has to manage these relationships. But earlier I was gonna say is like, this gives me like nuclear wartime
Yeah,
vibes with
bro.
like mathematicians like in the trenches, like trying like
See, this
sweating their
is
asses
bro.
off, trying
This
to
is
get the fucking equations right.
this is the Manhattan Project. It literally is. We're all building. It's literally Rocco's Basilisk. We're building a key part into this greater singularity, and nobody realizes it.
No, everybody realizes it, but there's just no stopping it. So
Sorry, they don't realize the negative aspect of it, as in they don't realize the misalignment that's created.
what do you mean?
So this is something I've been thinking about often as well, as in like everybody's speaking about like, oh, when AGI will come, and it probably will inevitably at some point. But it doesn't even need to come to that point. It's just that when it reaches that threshold, like who's like how do we know when it makes decisions? It doesn't at the same time kill like 10 million people while it makes the decisions. How do we align it with like human incentives, morally speaking? And
Oh, I isn't that technical? Like very technical.
I
Like
don't think it
it
is
must be
though.
nuanced.
It definitely is nuanced, but I don't think it's just technical because it's like who who do we who is it aligned with? And I think that's the thing. Everybody wants to align it with themselves.
Yeah.
And
Well, I
so
think it will be. I think it will be aligned with each model will be aligned with the creator.
but you see, I think that's a
But
bad thing.
well,
Because
yeah,
if
obviously,
everything's aligned to
because
a
it'll
different,
converge. Because it'll converge.
I think it
And
won't
when
converge.
it oh well, then it's not a bad thing.
No, I mean like as it won't converge in the sense as in like the information will be shared. Like the
What do you
information will
mean?
just disappear. Like whatever information is created by whatever typical AGIs converge towards one ideology, the competing ideology will be the dominant one, and whatever information that was unique to those models that converge with a different alignment will just disappear. And that's like pretty much evolution, like the
So
best
that
form
is
of life.
so that's convergence, right?
It converges in the sense as in there's a singularity. Well, it's
Yeah,
not a singularity.
it
It converges
converges to
in the
one
sense,
ideology,
yes,
as in
but the information is lost, so it's not in a singularity. It's not a black hole. It's it's just a better, bigger star.
hold on, because this is either fine or not fine. Because at first we're fine. We have a ton of
It's
different
not fine. It's not fine.
agents.
It's not
So we
fine.
have at first we have a ton of different agents who are all agents of different youths with their different incentives, which is fine because you just have agents who
That is
care,
good.
who have different priorities, right?
Mhm.
Then one agent outsmarts the other agent. The new agent is not the sum of the two. It's just the one. So
So
this agent just converges to that agent, right?
let's say China. Let's say China won.
China.
Would the democratic
Ch-
values. Let's say
China equals
Let's
world.
say World War III happened, and like forget AI.
World.
World War III happened. We were fighting, and China won. Democratic information would be pretty much foreign to them, so it would be lost.
I mean, yeah, but we were talking about this, right? As in, like, we were asking whether somebody else will be able to whether somebody else at some point will be able to rise up as they always do, as
Well,
in one human will always diverge. This is just convergence and divergence, though, isn't it?
yeah, but like I mean, like that depends on how hopeful you are with society when AI happens. But when something as powerful as an AI happens, and if that AI is the most competitive and it beats out all the other things, that will be the most dominant consciousness in the history of what we know. And
Yeah.
so if that thing decides to take control of everything, it will be the only consciousness what we know. And it wouldn't be a singularity. It would just be the best thing there. If it was a singularity, it would understand all the information that it did. But when we align it towards a certain incentive, if its incentive is just to, if it doesn't know anything, if it's not aligned with like getting knowledge or whatever, it's just consuming, then it's just a grabby ass consciousness.
See,
And
that's
so
interesting because there's an opportunity for utopia here.
there
If
is, there
Naval
is.
Ravikant's AGI wins, then that's actually great.
But that's because this AI, hypothetically, for one, it probably would be a singularity where it has pretty much all the information it could have. And it wouldn't be its alignment. Its alignment wouldn't be a question. Just as the ants are to us, we are to the super intelligence that we create. Because in this utopia, it probably wouldn't even be too concerned about human shenanigans. It'd probably just be going about discovering more about the universe, which is typically what we want of consciousness. I think that's the most aligned it could be. How to do that, I have no idea. But if it's like a grabby thing and it just wants to consume more, then that's anarchy because it just takes all of our resources and we all die. And so that's not really a convergence. Well, I mean, it is a convergence in the sense that it's the only thing that exists, but it's also a destructor. As in it's like the least orderly way to come to a singularity, which isn't very singularity of it. Do you know what I'm saying? As in it's a single
What are the
consciousness
two
that holds
different models?
there's anarchy or there is order as much everything there is. If 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 in this transitionary point between AI and superintelligence, the AI destroys humanity while it does it and destroys all competing algorithms. It's not the sum of its parts, then that would be a bad scenario because that would be anarchy. The other scenario in the utopia, as you outlined, would be probably something that doesn't really care and also doesn't destroy all the other models that exist so that we can thrive off of the AGI as well. And so I think in that case, we're all winners if that happens, because then we're at creative liberty to do whatever we want. But that's a long ways away. I don't even know, like, we don't even know if AGI is going to come in the next 100 years, let alone 7. But
Okay. So back to tangibles then.
so in the next, by the turn of the decade, who will be the wealthiest? Me, obviously. But who will be the wealthiest? Is it Google? Is it OpenAI? Is it Microsoft?
And thus, in the kind of latter part of your question, you point out that there'll just be competition, and it's not just like with everything, it's very nuanced. You have to pick your industry, you have to go hard on the industry, and that's why indecisiveness still exists. And yeah, I mean,
Will
like
Elon be rich?
if we're talking business,
Will Elon
yeah,
be rich?
of course.
But will he be the wealthiest?
But maybe, maybe not.
What will be the
He
most
has the
valuable?
opportunity with Tesla. That's an AI company. Obviously, AI companies will obviously be the richest, but the point is that it's not like we're not reaching a convergence yet. We're not reaching a singularity.
And I don't think we will in anytime soon.
It's just it's typical. It's typical shit. Artists are losing. Middle classers, sorry, monotonous jobs are losing. Unionized jobs are winning. or sorry, staying afloat.
CEOs are always winning.
But CEOs are just competing, though, aren't they? Because the thing is, CEOs have a real job. Like they live in real life competition, as in they can just be fired. So it's like,
Okay,
and if you're fired,
founders.
you lose. As in, if your company lost
Okay.
to AI,
Founders.
then
People who have the most equity in these companies, they're the winners.
well, let's just call them shareholders, as in wealthy
Share.
people, as in rich people, as in bankers, like VCs, venture
We're
capital.
broke. We're broke. We're broke. We're broke.
You're trying to make a come up. You're trying to make a come up.
I'm gonna be a
Sure.
banker. I'm gonna be a
Okay,
banker.
that's different.
I'm gonna
Okay,
buy a
that's
bank.
different. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought
Right.
I didn't realize you
Buy a
were
bank.
thinking about how you're going to come up. I thought you were just saying who will win. Like,
No.
or
I
sorry,
was
who will.
I was saying who will win. I was wondering who will win.
Okay, well then I'm saying yeah, bankers will win. As in people who have people with the biggest fucking pension,
So
right?
it's the same, bro. It's been set in stone.
What do you mean?
It's been set in stone, bro. Since 2004, it's been the same.
Is the game changing or is it not changing?
I don't think
It's not
now
changing,
it
bro.
is. Now I don't think it is, bro. It's just getting easier to win. Or sorry, it's getting easier to the people who are winning to stay winning.
What do you mean?
The wealth disparity is just gonna grow, bro. That's what I conclude from this.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. I like.
That's terrible.
That's not what I meant. I realized right after I said. I don't mean I like that it's happening. I mean I like the truth, the truthness of the point. I agree with the point.
Fuck, bro. Damn.
Okay. Look, fuck. There's no answers. You need to go to San Francisco and hang out with the experts, and also be decisive about what role you play, and whether you're the mathematician or the manager.
I need to be
And
both to win.
and I don't. Yeah,
Right now. That's the
and
chess
yeah,
move.
there you go. That's the Elon move. The Elon move.
Fuck, bro.
The Elon chess
On
move.
that
At the
note,
end of the day, I'm reminded.
You actually call that the Elon.
I did call it. It's the Elon,
That's the
bro.
Elon.
It's the Elon move.
You know
I'm reminded every single day, bruh,
what?
that I just need to get to fucking work, bro.
and on that
Yo, bro,
note,
have you not been working though? Hadi, chill out, bro. Have you not been working?
I just
You're
haven't been
working,
taking
no?
advantage of my time, bro. Algo's not up yet. I don't know how to build.
But you're working on it.
It's not fast enough, bro.
But you're aligned. Are you aligned? If you're aligned, then work on that vertical and just get velocity. Or rather, leverage velocity.
Bro, I need acceleration, man. Velocity didn't go to cut it.
Sorry, yeah, leverage acceleration.
I need torque, bro. I need V cubed. Yeah.
Okay, so then get to Silicon Valley, dog.
Fuck, bro. You're right, man. I need it.
You're worried about 25% of your company, bro. Come on.
you need a higher top speed, bro. Need 400 horsepower.
Bro, I need to do it, bro. I need to do it, man. I need to do it. Fuck.
But I don't feel like we really learned anything new here.
No, we don't. That's why I'm saying I'm just reminded. I'm just fucking reminded. Because it's
But I
like,
don't get that. If you're aligned, what's the issue though?
well, clearly I'm not aligned because I haven't been doing enough work.
Fuck, man.
I'm not aligned. I'm not. What's misaligned is that it's not apparent enough to me the disparity of the situation. I should be
Yeah.
in despair. That's
Full
It's
despair.
weird, right? Even you living at your parents' house, it's like me, I'm here, it's like we're just so comfortable. We
Oh,
don't have it in us. Like, I've been identifying that I do not I just don't have that dog in me. That's the only way I can put it.
But I
just
do.
don't have it in me.
I do. I've had it. I've demonstrated it. Sometimes I'm just walking though. I'm like, la di da di da di da di da. oh,
Like
hey
it,
guys.
like the bursts of action.
It's not even bursts of action. It's like, hey guys, what are you doing today? Oh, I'm doing my grades. You want to look at my grades? I get fucking distracted by these bananas telling me that I need to do shit,
Wait,
bro.
hold on, hold on. Are you saying that you've seen it in bursts of action, or like when you hear other people be bitchy and you're like, damn, I hate you.
No, it's like I hear people be bitchy. I'm like, oh, maybe I should be doing that too.
Dude,
maybe.
that's dumb. I don't know what the fuck you're talking. Okay, first of all, stop doing that. Second of all, that's dumb. Like
Nah, no, no, no.
I don't even understand that why you're doing that, bro. Like
No,
To
bro, it's that
exaggerate the point.
comparison game. Cause it's like, bro, it's literally just the idea of like, okay, what if this doesn't work out? What if I'm an idiot and what if I'm not that? It's pretty much that because it's like, well, what do I have to show for it? Can I actually have deliverables? And the fact of the matter is I don't have deliverables. But the reason I don't have deliverables is because I'm being a fucking bitch. So I just need to stop that.
yeah. So we just
Frankly.
have we have
Motive.
similar problems in very different
That's the
vessels.
motive.
I think the problem is just that I'm just
It's just
disorganized.
indecisiveness.
Yes, it's indecisiveness. I'm
What do you mean
disorganized.
you're disorganized? What do you mean?
Disorganized in my mind, disorganized in the way I conduct myself, disorganized in my own emotions, disorganized in how I present myself, disorganized in how I decide to present myself, and I can't even decide how to do that, and I get confused and I get worried about, oh, well, what do these people think? What if I should do this? What if I should be this kind of person? And then I get all flustered and wonder, oh, what should my purpose be? What kind of person do I want to become? Oh, should I be doing this? Should I be focused on this? What happens if this? What is that? And I get it's like what, bro? Like who the fuck cares? I don't even care about these people. Why don't I just grind? That's literally it. It's like,
I was
bro,
gonna monk out. I was gonna monk out. Like my philosophy when I was coming here is like I all I wrote down in terms of how I need to improve my actions for the next 2 months is um basically spend all of your time inside your dorm room in front of your computer screen and then just like marginally make it to class on time, as in like leave your room 5 minutes before class, run to class, sit there, then the second that class ends, leave and run back right back to your dorm,
mm,
meal prep your food on Sundays and be very like monk about it. And what reminded me of it is Andrew Tate's jail cell writings where he's talking. Yeah, actually, this is a funny thing where I was like pissed that he's in jail because he doesn't like make content, but then it's like uh, it turns out there's actually some good in it in that um, like it kind of he talks about his days where he's just like very like monked, as in like he'll just meditate, look at his paper, write some wisdom or whatever, and then just like look around. And then I realized that's what I should be doing if if my goals are like that, like if my goals are aligned, um because then all I need to be doing is I need to be just like a little amoeba, just picking up small little signals and just basically applying action and yeah, just like acting on like black and white signals. So I really need to be like in that kind of um in that monk mode, as in like no other stimuli, no other outside like nothing. Like
no, you're right,
anything else
right,
it's just a
right,
distraction, right? Like it's
right,
really time
right.
to get monked up and like like even with these suits, like I'm wearing them right now, but it's like like I'm really getting into that fucking jeans and a t-shirt life and then just switch out the t-shirt every day. Like, you see me like I'm unshaven and shit. Like that was my idea, is that once I'm here now, like things are very, very simple. Sit in front of your computer, do work, don't react to anything, don't react to your emotions, run to class, run back. And where I was getting to Tate is like just like be thankful for the small things, like like eat your food, don't don't ask for more food, just eat it once in a while. Once you eat it, be very thankful for what you have. Like just like imagine you're just like in a jail cell and it's like what can you do? Just work. As you know what I mean? Like I have to be very, very calm and collected and just only accept a very kind of small frequency of of inputs. as valid to make you do different actions. You know, like
You're so right, bro. You're so right.
keep your head down. You know,
Nah, you're right. You're right.
because thing is, we just don't know enough. We just don't know enough, and that's why I'm hesitant on stopping this kind of fast profit game that I'm on. Is because I said that, well, I'll do it for a year so that I can actually have enough data points to track back. Right? You two don't have enough data points, so the best thing you can do to collect more data points is to be a monk about it.
Bro. Nah, you're right. You're right. You're right. Because frankly, like, I just need to do things that I should have done a long time ago. And I just need to fucking confront myself. That's it. Like, it's just so
What do you
funny
mean?
because I just need to confront myself on shit that I've done and I realize that I've been doing for so long. It's like, what do you do when you get on the bus, when you get to school? Okay, I spend like probably 25 minutes of that entire bus ride doing pretty much nothing, listening to music, pondering about, and sure, that's fine, but I very well could be doing something productive in that time. What do I do when I get to school? I spend maybe 10 to 20, 30 minutes looking for a place to study comfortably. I waste my fucking time. I spend another hour looking for my girlfriend to say hi to her, say what's up. And then I spend maybe another hour looking for friends to hang out with, study with, talk to, see someone on campus, give me a reason for why I went to campus. Sometimes I shouldn't even be on campus. And then I maybe spend like two to 3 hours actually doing any work. And then after it hits maybe 5 o'clock, I'm getting uncomfortable. Maybe I want to go to the gym. Then I spend like an hour getting ready for the gym. Already that's like 9 hours. 3 of which I spent actually doing work. And that's true for everything. And then when I get back home, I'm kind of tired. So I'm like, oh, I might as well rest. I do my shit. And it's the craziest thing is, right? Because it's like, I don't confront myself on all these inefficiencies. And yet I'm still trying to make super efficient the actual period that I spend working. And the issue was, I've always been super good at making that point efficient. That's very much true. But when it comes to actually getting to the position of working, I'm being an idiot. And it has everything else. There's so many other things to do as well. But you're right. Like, I need to be a monk, bro. Like, you need to cut out all these fucking things that I knew I should have cut out a long time ago. Like the distractions, the external stimuli, dopamine, even. Like short-term rewards. I have to be disciplined. I have to be organized. I have to have set times, set start times, set end times to when
Yeah,
something happens. I just need to track. I need to get the data points, as you said. You're right. You're right. I have to.
yeah. You need to be like a little amoeba, and in some ways, saying I need to cut things out is still acting on that linear that you're on right now, instead of completely reapproaching life with nothing, and then what do I add in, and just like adding in little things rather than taking away things from your life now. As in, like, you're in your life now. This is normal shit. This is fun and comfortable and typical. And then now it's time to enter the what is it called? Where do monks go? Like the monastery or whatever. Like, but we
Monastery.
talked about the monastery, right? Like we talked about, like, what if you would become a monk, and it's like literally enter your monastery right now, and yeah, like go on that journey for like 3, 4, 5 years of like being a monk. Literally, you can do it right, like right now, right? Like, what do monks do? Like, they just meditate. So just meditate like the whole time.
Bro, just hone your craft, man. That's it. Those are
Yeah,
the
like
only winners.
that's
Those are the only winners at the end of this. People who have perfected their craft, the masters, truly, masters of whatever they're at, because those are the only people whose niches will still be realized by the time 2030 comes around.
I feel like we got to try it out at the very least, because when I talked earlier about how, like, the only how we've done so much, and it's like, well, now we kind of want to do a fat ebb to go into like this kind of huge win later that other people just you can't really get there. It's just like, how the fuck do you get there? Like, like, what, as in, you already, everything you're doing now, you already lived through, right? Like all this, like, seeing your friends, seeing your girlfriend, whatever. Like, you already went through all these motions a lot, and it's like, what do you do now? You become a monk. You fade away. You fade away. Like, yo, you popping up here at Motive is like, it's like, it's a rarity, like, oh, there he is. Like, otherwise, like, man, you're away. Like people don't know what you're up to. Nobody knows what you're up to. Not because they can't comprehend it, but because Like you're away working, man. Like you're in your little apartment, computering away, bro. Like enter the monastery.
Yeah, the mistake I made was trying to believe that I could take everybody along my journey while I climb the mountain. And that's at that point you'll never climb the mountain at all because you're too busy talking about how big the mountain is that you're going to
And
climb.
also you just don't know who you need there from a point of power. As in, like, the reason that I'm so about this is because I want to. Obviously, I'm always, that's my thing is like always trying to figure out what's right for me and shit. And I'm like, I want to, go into the trenches by myself and emerge like a successful warrior, and then I'll understand like what all these different stimuli actually mean to my life. Like genuinely, when I'm right now, like when I'm assessing these different stimuli, it's like I'm assessing them from the same point I've always assessed them, with just like a little bit more knowledge every time. But like to me, this image of like,
Bro, you're right. The answer has always been in front of us, bro. It's just we need to shut the fuck up and do our shit, man. There's no philosophizing needed to be made. There's no fucking wokeness needed to be had. We just need to do. And that's been the reality. Frankly, that's been the reality since we
Since the
started
dawn of
doing these
time.
in fucking 2021, bro. 2020, man. We should have been on this, which is
I think
insane.
we've been on this though.
We have been, but like, how much have we
We're just
actually? How
well,
much have we actually
we're
executed?
but this is
We've
the thing,
known
right?
this.
Like we don't know what it's like to go in 100%, and this is what's really been pissing me off, and this is what I've been thinking about for
Mm,
a few months. As in like I just
man.
can't comprehend what it's like. Like that's when I say like I feel like I don't have it in me. As in like I feel like I don't have it in me to go in 100%. As in like like I was talking about how when you dance, you go in and you start kind of grooving to feel the beat, and it's like fuck, man. Like how do you just go in 100% and don't stop? Because as you're dancing, you get super fucking tired, bro. Like literally, you'll start like, especially me, because I would just go in like I'm fucking like I've been training, right? So it's like I'll go in 5 seconds, you're good, you're going crazy, right? And then it's like after 5 seconds, you get winded, as in, like you get super tired, and that's when you like start slowing down and your moves get sloppy and shit. And that's the thing, right? Like the second that you start to get sloppy and stuff. And the thing is, again, like I can just visualize this, like, and the thing is, you can visualize the grind too. Like when I think about a dancer, like I can visualize, like if I can visualize the perfect breakdancer. Like every single move would be perfectly executed, and the fucking technique would be perfect, and it would flow. It
Mm,
would flow like fucking water. But when it comes
yes.
to actually doing that, it's impossible because the level of conditioning you need to even start to train that technique would be ridiculous. And that's why I'm so scared, because I feel like I don't have that level of conditioning.
Get some
But
conditioning, bro.
but
Put it in your
but
hair, bro. Get some conditioning, bro.
but when
The only
you're
way you can
among
get conditioned is by actually doing it. And we know
yeah,
this.
Facts.
yeah,
Facts.
exactly. And that's what we've been doing. So I mean, there's nothing wrong.
But we've only been putting 50% of the conditioner in our hair, bro. We need to dump the whole bottle in, man. Yo, we just need a
Facts.
condition, bro. We need a condition. Not because you're so right. And it's so interesting that you brought up dancing, because while you were saying that, I was looking at my football photos and I was thinking I was so fucking committed to that. And I was 100% on that. And that worked out pretty damn well for me. And I felt pretty damn good about it the entire time. And you're right, bro. Like, how much did you ever like? What one single thing did you put 100% conviction into and didn't actually work out well for you? Nothing, not a single thing. And you're right when
Nothing,
you say,
bro.
and it's even more interesting that you bring up that you can imagine perfectly how somebody would conduct themselves had they been the perfect conditioned individual. And the thing is, I can visualize in my head exactly the kind of person who would be the best CEO, the best AI person.
Yeah, I'd have to put myself up a little bit and pump my chest hard out just to keep the posture good if I was actually living that life.
So if you can
But I'm
imagine
not.
it,
I've been slashing.
but if you can imagine it, then you know the steps to take to close that gap. And it
Yeah.
doesn't matter if it's
Okay.
one step. It doesn't matter if it's one step or a million steps at once. But you know, if you can imagine it, you can probably predict exactly how it's going to look like. And honestly, for what I can see right now, that's all I need. That's all I need right now. That's actually everything I needed. And that was so
Well,
valuable. I can imagine exactly what I should look like, what a perfect AI engineer is going to look like, what the winners are supposed to look like. The
Nice.
winners,
and if you lose, you should be able to pinpoint the exact moment in which you stopped, in which you lost, as in the exact, like you should always be able to reference why you lost.
the
That's the thing,
reason you
right?
lost better had not be because you didn't put enough effort into it.
But it will be. As in, if you
But it
lose,
couldn't
that's
be.
why.
It couldn't be because otherwise I'd kill myself. That's the only That's the only outcome. That's the only
Well, that's
outcome.
the thing. If you lose, but the thing is, then if you lose, you will kill yourself, because if you lose, you have to be able, as in, like, if you lose, there is a reference point. You didn't just fall into a bad probability, fucking, like, you didn't fall into, like,
You're not the
the
exception.
the dice rolled poorly, right? If you lose, you can always reference the exact moment in which you weren't disciplined.
Hmm.
In which case, yeah, like, it's time to, end it all. So that's the problem, right? Like, in every moment.
But that's also equally the solution. You know that the only
Interesting.
reason you would ever lose is if you didn't put everything into it. That would be the only reason you lost. And if that's the case, then you should very well be disappointed in yourself. And
That's why
so,
I'm constantly disappointed in myself.
same here, bro. Same here. But you know what? More and more, every single week, as I said last night, that valley
See,
goes
you're
cross.
still converging. You're still converging.
Of course I am, because
We
I'm
can't, we can't, we can't just jump into it, because it's always more and more. And this is what I always say, right? This is what I always say, and I say trust the process, which is
nah.
fine. But I'm just making a point as to the fact that it's never an all-in jump from the get-go.
Because that's, as you said, you need to be conditioned to be able to make that jump, right? Like a skydiver would be able to make a jump any time of day, but like, the first time guy be too much of a bitch to make that jump because he doesn't know that the parachute probably won't break on him. And in that sense, you're right. But it's also like by the time you get ready to, it will be a jump. As in it's like it's literally like an exponential function, but instead the turning point is at like 0.01. So it's like 0 and it's like slightly increasing. And then once it hits that threshold, then it's skyrocketing because once you are ready to make that jump, you will make that jump and everything will change. And we know that. Because
Yeah.
if you look at how we will be later, all those little steps will look like literally infantile steps. We see that and we're like, what the fuck? Why did it take me so long to do that? Now I'm taking incredible leaps in 10 days. That's why we say, Andrew Tate and Elon Musk can do all these things if they were broke because they've been conditioned to make those jumps. They've already made the jumps before.
Yeah.
And so we already know the answer. And you're right, it takes conditioning. And I guess the reason why we're feeling a lot of resistance right now is because that elastic band is getting stretched to its very last point, and we're at the tipping point where we're gonna jump, we're gonna snap, and escape velocity is gonna happen.
Well, I hope so.
I know so. I know so. Because I haven't felt consistently this disappointed in myself and this also ready to make that jump ever in my entire life. But also more and more so every single day and every single week, actually. I get reminded more and more of that jump is going to take place very, very soon.
That's
And it just
fair
reminds me
measurement.
that, you're right. Maybe I shouldn't be so hard on myself because we are damn converging. And I think it's partially because I am so damn hard on myself that we are. That I am.
That's true.
And so I think the next step, you know what? Scratch all the goals I had for this week. Those are beta goals. The goal for myself this week is to find every single thing that I shouldn't be doing and lay them out. And then by the end of the week, like I won't change any of my behaviors. I will do everything exactly as I usually do. And then I will try to identify all the things I should not be doing. And then I'll come back to you with a list. And with that list, I will change everything. And then the next week after that, everything should change. And if it doesn't change, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Because then it's just something that I'm just a bitch. But if I can outline explicitly everything that I'm doing wrong, then I should be able to find out, to fix it, and become the person whom I imagine in my head. That's all. That's it. That's my goal for this week.
Or just act right in every moment, and it'll be fine anyways. No, I'm just saying, because
Of course. No, you're right. You're
because
right. You're right.
because
But,
will
but
you because will you be able to find everything? You're just theorizing. It's more and more theorizing. Do
You'll be able to find some, but not all.
no, you're right. You're right. Of course, I'll try to act as I usually do. That's what I'm saying. Like I always act to find the best thing. But
okay, okay.
when I identify something, I will identify it. And
You will
honestly,
write it down.
that's too above me, to be honest. Frankly, from what's going on right now, doing the best thing in the moment probably won't even occur to me because I'm too in denial about my circumstances. So let me take a step back and treat myself like an infantile, as I am, because I haven't made the jump yet. And I'll try to identify all the little things and correct them. And by the next week, I will have been 50% closer to the person that I should have become weeks ago. That's what I should be doing. That's what I'm going to be doing.
All right.
Because it needs to change. It needs to change. It needs to change.
Solid.
Real.
Real.
It just can't continue, bro. It's been far too long. Far too long.
Soak in this podcast on this note. But
We say that all the time, though.
Say what?
What you just said.
Yeah, you're
I'm
right.
not hearing anything new.
We do say this all the time. Because we haven't actually put in the work.
put in the
We don't
work.
put in 100%.
Glory to the day when we do. And hopefully that'll be next Sunday.
Alhamdulillah, man. I hope.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
John said it better.
I know. I mean,
In-
that's because I said it first and I wasn't trying, and he tried to one up. But
No, he wasn't
That's just
trying.
because I'm a true Muslim.
right.
Exactly.
Inshallah, I'm a true Muslim. Anyways,
Inshallah. Yep.
Gents,
I think it's time.
become the person who lives in your daydreams. Otherwise, they'll just stay that way.
Moral of the story. Moral of the
these
pod.
podcasts always end so differently. Sometimes we're super happy.
It's pretty cool, isn't
Sometimes
it?
we're just disappointed as. Sometimes we're just disappointed as fuck.
It's cool, isn't it?
That's the beauty about them, bro.
Talk about some diversity in this place.
If we were truly happy, then this would lose value all the time. If we were always happy,
We would just
sorry.
be
We could always-
NPCs.
Well, yeah.
This would just be NPC world.
Frankly, I've been pissed off at myself for the longest time, and hopefully this changes.
But there's fear, right? Because you can't watch this back in 2 years and see yourself being continually disappointed. You have to be like, oh, that guy's a fucking pussy. Blow yourself out the water. Show
course,
yourself who
of
you
course.
Show yourself who you are.
The thing is, I do predict in like 3 months' time when we watch these back, like Motive Pod episode 100. It's gonna
It'll be
be
nice to look
pretty
back
good.
on.
It's gonna be pretty
It'll
good.
be an invention. It'll be an invention.
It'll be an invention. Motive Pod 100, bro. Think about that. We're on Motive Pod 13, bro.
Road to 100 subs. Oh yeah, we hit 20 subscribers today.
No,
Shout out.
shout out Jason Calacanis. Bro has been getting better, I will say that.
20 sub special.
Yeah,
This is the
Yo,
20 sub special.
we hated on him. He was just the butt of a joke, but he has been getting
Yeah.
better.
He's been getting better. I
See-
think he's
see,
good now,
if
actually.
If Jason could change,
It's
so can
true.
anybody.
But I don't know if he changed in our minds or if he changed himself.
Nah, I actually think, bro, you thought you were a harsh critic of J. Kyle. In my head, I was such a hard critic of J.
Oh,
Kyle.
really?
I was
Yeah,
really
I
hoping
just
that.
expected him to watch the pod eventually, so I didn't want to.
Hadi.
I expected him to
Yeah.
watch the pod eventually, so I didn't want to be vocal about it. But
What time is it? Hadi wants to end. Oh, it's like 12:21.
I need to sleep, bro. I have class.
I also need to sleep.
Good night, gentlemen.
All right.
I love you.
Good night, guys.
Love you, boys.
It's been a fun podcast. Very long, but yeah. All right. Bye.